while making explosive plays. That confidence starts to build, and you start to become a different player.
Folks, for every Crimson Tide touchdown this season, our friends at Tito's Handmade Vodka will donate 7 tickets to Vet Tix for active service members and veterans who will be getting tickets to Bama home games. It's a great way to honor our veterans. Let's hear it for Tito's and Roll Tide. That is a great program.
It absolutely is.
You know, you get the folks from Tito's who want to make sure that everybody gets to see the games. And, you know, we all thank our veterans for all the work that they have done and all the contributions they have made. So remember, Tito's Homemade Vodka donating tickets to the veterans for upcoming Crimson Tide games. Our coverage from Bryant-Denny Stadium will continue. It's a cloudy afternoon. No rain in the forecast, however. We are closing in on kickoff in about 32 minutes from right now. So don't go away. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, son. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, Pops.
What's on your mind?
I can't explain it. Another day, without a compass, I was waiting, started to wonder. Metamorphosis, loss of who your thoughts was.
When your kid can't find the language, help them find the lyrics. Listen to the Sound It Out album and get tips and tools to start a conversation at sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by Ad Council and Pivotal Ventures.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
Tom was a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Welcome, everybody. Bryant-Denny Stadium, as the fans have all but filled this 100,000-seat edifice as we close in on kickoff shortly. Alabama warming up on the field down to our right, and the Texas Longhorns in their traveling white uniforms. They are warming up to our left. Tonight's game is a huge game. It's a precursor of what remains in this season for both Alabama and Texas. And it also is a spot saver, if you will, for when Texas joins the SEC. There's a lot of undercurrents in this ball game.
Well, you say that they're a blue blood, right?
Yes,
I mean, you would
definitely.
agree. Even though they've only won one national championship in the last 15 years, they're still a blue blood of college football. So the addition of them to the conference obviously is going to make it that much more exciting. Love the fact that, like Alabama, traditionalists, right? They're not going to change up their uniforms and be all gimmicky and everything. They are who they are, and they're very proud of who they are. This is a bigger game, though, to the fans right now today than it really is for the remainder of the season, because even the loser of this game goes on and has success in their conference and wins it. Exactly. They're right back in the playoffs. But these are the type of games that make college football so exciting.
And you can certainly hope that one of these blue bloods, the ones who are visiting, get on the short end of a bloodbath today, I guess.
That would be nice.
That's the way to do it. Let's talk about the activity on the sidelines. There are so many players down on the sidelines, Christian Miller. What a great game to bring the recruits to.
Absolutely. Two blue bloods going at it. Look, this game has been circled on a lot of calendars over the past year, and it doesn't get much better than this. I spent some time in the locker room before heading onto the field, and I can tell you our guys are fired up. They look like they've got something to prove, so I'm looking forward to some high-level football here tonight. And I just watched Coach Saban and Sark share a little moment. They had some laughs at midfield, but we'll see how long those last once this ball is kicked off.
That is our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, Christian Miller, former Alabama and NFL standout, and of course Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Let's check out our starting lineups, brought to you by Walk-On's Sports Bistro. You know, Walk-On's puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Visit a location in Mobile, Montgomery, Hoover, or here in Tuscaloosa for your next game day experience. Walk-Ons, more than a restaurant. Not many changes expected for Alabama, either offensively or defensively, except the question in the secondary.
You're right.
And it seems as though it's been clarified that Malachi Moore will be able to start and play. The question remains one of the keys to the game.
Jalen Key being that key, so to speak, and watching him in practice, he was fully participating, had the black jersey on, was fully participating, though, throughout the entirety of the practice. That was positive to see. But there's still a difference, though. As you're rehabbing throughout the course of the week, you can kind of go 90% in practice and get by and make sure you're getting the mental reps. But here is when you just react. And will that lower leg injury that he sustained last week, will it be able to hold up? Because this is not a game where you need to be 90% against these wide receivers for Texas.
Yeah, Jalen Key, 4 tackles, 1 interception last week against Middle Tennessee. But you're right, it's something that you have to be able to do, especially against the Longhorns, when you have Xavier Worthy, you have Adonai Mitchell, you've got Jordan Whittington, you've got a stout wide receiver core for Coach Sarkisian.
And your ability to be able to adjust the routes that you're taking, plant hard, pivot, as well as just top-end speed are going to be critical.
Taking a look at the other starters for Texas, their offensive front, Kelvin Banks Jr., Hayden Connor, Jake Majors will be the center, and he's on the Remington watch list. DJ Campbell at right guard and Christian Jones at right tackle.
You know, and this is a group last year I really thought that Alabama was going to be able to manhandle and have a presence in the backfield all 4 quarters. But they did well in pass protection last year. Gave up only a few sacks, but overall allowed their quarterbacks enough time to be able to deliver the ball downfield. But we have got to win at the line of scrimmage here today.
That's going to be a huge key right there. Of course, if Texas is to run the ball, they've got 3 guys whose last names start with the letter B, and all 3 of them are going to be counted upon. Jaden Blue, Jonathan Brooks, and C.J. Baxter.
You know, and Steve Sarkisian is so creative in his offensive game plan. If things aren't working between the tackle and they're not having a lot of success, he's going to find ways to get these guys the ball, whether it be on the edge or in the passing game on the short routes. He's going to give Alabama a lot of different looks so that he can get his players guys that can make plays, make sure that they have the ball in their hands.
Jatavian Sanders is far and away their go-to guy at tight end, despite the fact that he wears number 0 on his jersey, not a number 80 like you normally see. Jatavian Sanders, 2 catches a weekend ago. He had an 85-yard reception last year against Louisiana Monroe. The guy can play.
He absolutely can. And he'll line up at various positions along the front as well for Texas in order to either give other wide receivers a favorable matchup against our secondary. He also loves to work the middle of the field and is very effective in doing that.
And, of course, the quarterback is Quinn Ewers. He has gotten rid of that mullet haircut of his. But nevertheless, he feels strong. He says his throwing has improved from a season ago. Ewers is the man who'll be stirring the drink for Texas.
And he's a guy, if he gets going early on and that confidence gets up, it's going to be a challenge.
He's on the Walter Camp list, the Maxwell list, the O'Brien list. If you got a list, you've got Ewers' name on it if it's for a quarterback, and the kid's that talented.
Yeah, he is talented. Coming in from Ohio State, he was a transfer that came back home, played well against Alabama last season for a half before he was injured. Didn't end the season near as strong as what he played against Alabama. By far his best outing of the season last year. And you know that he wants this one. You know he does.
The defense, Barron, Sorrell, Alfred Collins, Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat, and Ethan Burke. That's the defensive front. The linebackers are Jet Bush, Jalen Ford, and David Benda. He spells his last name with a G. You'd think it would be pronounced Gubenda, but the G is silent. So David Benda, the weak side linebacker, and while the secondary is listing 5 starters, obviously they won't be able to start that many, but they do have a 13-man defensive look, of which they'll select 11 to start playing the ball game.
And Jalen Catalan, he's the guy that is really a difference maker there in that safety for Texas. He's a ball hog, he's very good at getting interceptions, finally 100%. And if they're going to have success in that secondary, and they very well could, he's going to be key to that.
Alabama's quarterbacking. Last week, we obviously saw Jalen Milroe do what we knew he could do, but we also had a look at Tyler Buckner, and we had a look at Ty Simpson. I think Alabama's quarterbacking is in good hands this season.
You got to feel comfortable, regardless of how the game plays out, that you have someone that you can plug in there that's going to perform well. And this is kind of how I like it. You can probably win with all 3 of them. They bring something a little bit different to the table, but they all have their own strengths that you can build an offensive unit around.
It's a beautiful night here in Tuscaloosa. The weather right now is 86 degrees. The wind out of the northwest at 5 miles an hour. It is 53% humidity, so it really is a very, very pleasant night for college football. I'll tell you, between last week and this week, we might have sidestepped the bullet. You know, we know what our first couple of home games a year are like. Normally you're sweating for places you didn't even know you had. And this last week and tonight feels like it's going to be a very comfortable evening.
Either that or we were accustomed, because when it was 100 degrees plus the few weeks prior to that, maybe we just got accustomed to it. Now it's 90 and it feels awesome.
It really does, whatever it is. But we're all set for the weather to give us a beautiful night here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. The weather prediction and the weather forecast predicted to be beautiful. And that's compliments of our friends at Alpha. They tell you to protect your cars, your home, your life, and your business with Alpha. Get a quote or find a local agent at alphainsurance.com. Proud supporters of the Crimson Tide. Just call Alpha. Tonight's game and our salute to the servicemen of America being brought to you by Royal Furniture. And Grant McGarry is the honoree tonight. He will be honored here during the pregame activities as Alabama gets set to meet the Texas Longhorns. This is not what you would call a true rivalry, because these teams haven't played each other that much. But it is a respectful mano a mano tonight. These two are going to be snarling at each other, but it's not truly a rivalry, at least not yet.
Hadn't played each other enough, but it's also two programs that are not scared of the other one.
Right.
Would you agree with that?
Oh, without a doubt.
And I'll tell you what, in the last couple of years, we're doing our darndest to make it a pretty good rivalry.
Yes.
You know, they don't allow our band to sit on the lower level. We're not going to do the same thing here, so we're kind of poking each other and feeling each other out. But come next year, it's on.
Dante Hightower is here tonight, one of the stars, and Marcel Darius when these teams met at the Rose Bowl in the national championship game. You remember Marcel picking up that, and there he's just doing it right now. He just did the pirouette on the field that he did to avoid the Texas defense en route to scoring a touchdown in that national championship game. Marcel's looking good.
He's not looking bad, but it wasn't near as graceful as it was several years ago at the Rose Bowl. He's put on a few pounds.
A couple of LBs, but that's okay. And I'll tell you, Dante Hightower, what a great NFL career he had with the New England Patriots.
And unfortunate that year, if you'll remember, he tore his ACL versus Arkansas in Tuscaloosa that 2009 season and was unable to participate in that championship. But he was a key, intricate part of turning this program around.
So the captains being introduced to the fans here this evening. And, of course, they'll be out there for the ceremonial toss of the coin. And I'll remind you that tonight, those captains are going to be joined by Felton Davis of Montgomery. He'll be joining us as the Bama kickoff captain tonight, courtesy of Barkley GMC and Make-A-Wish Foundation of Alabama. So we welcome Felton Davis to Bryant-Denny Stadium for tonight's game. We are now some 16 minutes away from the start of this one. The $1 Million Band making their way through the tunnels to our right and across the way to our right as well. But before we listen into the music and get set for the national anthem, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Welcome back, everybody, as we get set. Looks like just about every seat is already filled. There are a few of the student section seats that have yet to be filled, but as you look across the way, you see the students milling around, coming in across the way on the spiral ramps, and they'll all take their place. So this one is, as they say, a hard sellout.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, and everyone is ready for this game here tonight, excited. Got here early, hardly any traffic coming into town as everyone was anticipated it. Wanted to make sure they didn't miss everything prior to the game. They're in their seats now, ready to go.
And as we come in towards 15 minutes to kick off, we'll remind you that 15 minutes to kickoff is presented by Beatbox. Each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors. It's gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. That is Beatbox. How important is it to get out of the box quickly in a game like this?
Fast starts for both sides is paramount. It's extremely important. From the Texas side, you want to take the atmosphere, you want to take the fans out of the game. You want to have early success so that you feel confident moving forward and you can go ahead and get a score on the boards or so. For Alabama, the exact opposite. You want this crowd in the game. You want the juices flowing like we always talk about. So early success, hitting them in the mouth, forcing punts, finding a way to put points on the board, that's going to be key as well.
Now the offensive line and you from a quarterback standpoint, what are you looking for from your guys? Obviously protection, I understand that. But can you look in the player's eyes and know how he's feeling in his one-on-one matchup?
You can in preparation to coming to the stadium. You know how locked in and focused they are. If they're getting their calls right in the walkthroughs, they're getting in position. They know exactly what's about to come. And also, you can see that I'm about to kill somebody look in an offensive lineman's eyes. And the energy and enthusiasm they have after the play when they're following the ball, that's important as well. You love that rah-rah coming from those front four guys. You like it from your receivers, and you want your quarterback to be calm and collected.
Here comes the $1 Million Band now from both sides of the gridiron as they make their way towards midfield to begin their pregame show. They've got the presentation of the colors coming shortly, and of course our national anthem. The cloud cover getting a little bit heavier, but again, that is not a portend of things to come. The weatherman says there is no chance of any rain today, and that is certainly good. And the footing, it looks from up here, Christian, as though the field is in, again, magnificent shape.
Well, they spent so much money on it. It better be ready to go, Eli. Look, I think it's ready to go. I think these guys are ready to go, and I'll tell you, I mean, every seat is filled. I mean, this atmosphere, I know I say it a lot, but this really, I don't think it gets better than this in college football. I mean, it's making me want to run into that locker room and go grab a helmet and some shoulder pads right now.
There you go.
Hey, leave the helmet off, man. Just get out there.
I got to protect myself first. Come on now.
Folks, we invite you to stay tuned. Coming up next, the most talked about regular season game of the year. It's the Alabama Crimson Tide, number 3 in America, against the Texas Longhorns. And it's next right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Alabama football is also brought to you by Guthries, the original chicken finger restaurant, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. And by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Here we go. Kickoff is coming up next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here. Score big deals at Baumhauer's this football season and order from our Inflation Bites menu. Try our Buffalo Wing Special with fries and a complimentary beverage for only $9.99. And what's football without a cold beer? Our pitchers of Yingling and Yingling Flight are only $7.99, served all day, 7 days a week. And huddle up, football fans. Sign up today for our free legendary fun and legendary food.
Producing championship quality lumber is not an easy process, but at Everwood Preserving, it's our only process. Wood treated right. Everwood offers top-notch pressure-treated wood for decks, outdoor structures, commercial jobs, and more that you can build your reputation on. When it comes to quality, we're on the winning team. Visit your local Everwood dealer today and discover the difference for yourself. Everwood Preserving Incorporated, the official lumber of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshments, made to chill. Proud partner of Crimson Tide Sports Network. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Domino's delivers game days across Tuscaloosa and the surrounding area. Locally owned and operated in Tuscaloosa for over 30 years, the team at Domino's is proud to be a supporter of Alabama football and athletics across the capstone. Domino's would like to thank our customers for supporting our local business for over 30 years. Make Domino's your choice on game days year-round and enter our weekly Drive for Dough contest this football season. Domino's is proud to deliver your Alabama Crimson Tide game days anytime. Visit RollDomino's.com. Thanks from Domino's and Roll Tide.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy, with only simple ingredients: water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar, or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond, perfect's not easy.
Alabama and Texas, two of the most storied programs in the history of college football, replete with national and conference championships, Heisman trophies, Hall of Fame coaches, and rich traditions, and even a bit of shared history. Those of us around during the Bryant era will remember very well the origins of the powerful wishbone offense.
From the wishbone, Davis, keeping, getting out of wishbone. Wishbone flashes way into the end zone for a touchdown.
And more recently, the origin of Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian.
Nick Saban saved my career.
And yes, a few bowl games and championship matchups along the way.
It's the incredible Joe Namath passing for another 5-touchdown strike to Perkins.
Alabama wins its 13th national championship, and the Roses in this grand old stadium are once again crimson.
Last year in Austin, the Tide, frankly, was in survival mode, squeaking by Sark's horns 20-19, triggering a massive crimson sigh of relief, summed up perfectly on that hot Texas afternoon by CTSN's Chris Stewart.
The clock says triple zeros, and let's get out of Dodge.
But with Big Al and Bevo set on a collision course, there is one thing of which we can be absolutely certain. Tonight's matchup will be the last non-conference meeting between Texas and Alabama. There is a new day coming in the new look SEC. But regardless of what is surely to come, for the final time, the Texas Longhorns of the Big 12 will face the Alabama Crimson Tide of the SEC. It's a first-time meeting in Bryant-Denny Stadium, and it's coming up next.
Here we go. It's time for Alabama Crimson Tide football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Crimson Tide football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. The Alabama Crimson Tide, the Texas Longhorns. This is the inaugural All-State Crossbar Classic, live from Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. Now turn it up. It's game time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Bryant-Denny Stadium. That's the way things are shaping up here today as Alabama gets set to meet the Texas Longhorns here in just a moment or so. Eli Gold along with Tyler Watts will be hearing throughout the evening from Christian Miller. He is downstairs. Roger Hoover up here in the booth with us as well as we get set for this matchup that everybody around the country has been waiting for. Looking across the way, a lot of folks just pacing right now, and that's the best thing you can do to get the time to go by. Every seat seems to be pretty much full here at Bryant-Denny Stadium right now as we get set to see these two teams fire off against each other. Here come the Texas Longhorns out of the tunnel across the way and to our left. They are wearing their traveling white uniforms. They have the word Texas across the chest of those white jerseys. The numbers on the front and the back, the numbers and letters are in burnt orange, and then the helmets are white with the Longhorn logo on either side of the headgear. Alabama, of course, here at home wearing the crimson jerseys over the white pants. They have the two crimson stripes down the outside of their pant leg. The numbers and letters are on the jersey in crimson. The helmets are crimson with a white stripe down the middle. And the uniform numbers on the side of the headgear. Here now come the Crimson Tide players from the tunnel to our right. Nick Saban leads them out. He's clapping his hands. He'll stop at the goal line and then get the signal to bring on the pachyderms as they get set to fire off onto the field and meet the Texas Longhorns. And here comes Alabama. The cheerleaders with the crimson and white flags that spell out Alabama, and the giant flags with the white and crimson backgrounds and the script letter A. The toss of the coin upcoming in just a moment or so. It'll be delivered by Tuscaloosa Toyota. You know, most every pre-owned vehicle at Tuscaloosa Toyota comes with our exclusive lifetime warranty. Shop 24/7 at TuscaloosaToyota.com, and you'll be glad that you did. The officials, it's an SEC crew. Matt Leffler is the referee. Stan Wahey is the umpire. Nick Terrio is the headline judge. Mike Shirey is the line judge. The field judge, Antonio Smith. The side judge is Jesse Dupuis. The back judge, Tom Fimmon. And the center judge is Chris Garner. The replay official, David Allman. And now down to midfield. Let's listen in to the toss of the coin.
Okay, we got a special coin today. Okay? From Allstate. This is heads with the helmets. This is tails, okay? You're the visitor today. What's your call? Tails. It's going to hit the ground. It is tails. Pressure for his head. You're going to defer the second half. You're going to take the ball. Alabama, the first and the second half. Texas will receive on this end. Good luck, gentlemen.
Even the referees have a few nerves on a big game such as this. Tonight's game is brought to you in part by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Crimson Tide. And that's going to do it for the Everwood countdown to kickoff. Everwood is wood treated right, and we are set to go as Alabama and Texas will meet here today. This is going to be the 11th meeting in series history. Only the second time that the teams have played in Tuscaloosa. The first was in 1902, and this is the first game that's being played here inside Bryant-Denny Stadium. The two Alabama wins have come in the last two meetings. 2009, that 37-21 win at the Rose Bowl, and 20-19 last season in Austin, Texas. All right, Tyler Watts, you're the quarterback. What do you say to your team now to make sure their nerves are under control and everything is in check?
I think the beauty of it is the fact that if you play in this program in Tuscaloosa, you've been in this moment multiple times. There is nothing to be said. Allow your guys to go out there and perform and do what you prepared them to do.
Fans all standing, 100,077, jam-packed into this gorgeous stadium. Across the way, Keelan Robinson. He's waiting for the kickoff from Will Reichard. Kickoff will be going left to right as you listen Here's Will approaching the football, and we are underway. And the kick will sail into and out of the end zone for yet another touchdown. So it is going to be Texas going to work. 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Quinn Ewers, E-W-E-R-S is how he spells his last name. Quinn Ewers. He's from Southlake, Texas, by way of Ohio State University. Baxter is the running back. Worthy goes wide to the far side, along with Adonai Mitchell. And now Baxter. He'll come up the near side on the screen and gets himself out across the 35 to the 36-yard line. And that was Jalen Key who came up to make the tackle. So we get the answer right there on the first play as to the health of the free safety. Jalen Key is in there.
Yeah, good to see that he's flying up at the ball, and that leg does not appear to be bothering him.
Now, Ewers moves C.J. Baxter behind him. Play action fake. Here's a screen right side. And boom! Xavier Worthy. He got rattled as he made a move across the middle to the 38-yard line and got taken down. Caleb Downs put him down after that pickup out to the 37.
Texas going with tempo and 2 short passes right at the line of scrimmage. Really doing what Middle Tennessee State did, forcing Alabama to run.
Gunnar Helm, the tight end, in motion. He'll go to the right side. Here's the inside give. And trying to sneak his way through is Baxter. And C.J., the freshman from Orlando, ran into Tresman Marshall, who was there to make the tackle at the 41-yard line. It's going to be a 3rd down and 3 coming up for Texas. They're in the white with the orange. Whittington and Cook are the wide receivers. Jonathan Brooks is the tailback. He's lined up to the left side of his quarterback. Here's the high snap. Ewers steps up, looks, finds running room on the right side, and he'll dive across the 50-yard line into Alabama territory. Everybody took off and turned their back on the play, and he had running room.
Yeah, we had 4 defensive linemen to the right side of Texas's offense. They all stunted and vacated that area.
Now again on the give, and it's Jonathan Brooks. He's from Hallettsville, Texas, and he gets that first handoff in this series and picks up a couple of yards. Tim Smith came up to make the tackle for the Crimson Tide.
It's good to see Tim Smith already rotating in, making an impact in this game. We're going to need him to have success.
Brooks lines up to the right side of his quarterback. Everybody is in tight. 1 wide on the left side. Here now Ewers steps back, surveys, comes underneath to the tight end who bobbles the ball after having it, and it's knocked out of his hands. That was Jatavian Sanders, who had it for a moment, then got drilled, and the ball came loose. It is going to be taken by Texas, even though Malachi Moore did the great job in separating the runner from the football.
Yeah, Texas very fortunate not only that they were able to recover it, because all the guys they had around the ball were tripping as Alabama was going for the scrum.
So you hear referee Matt Leffler saying the call on the field was a fumble recovered by Texas, and that is going to be reviewed not only here but at the SEC Control Center in downtown Birmingham, Alabama.
And Christian, I mean, that was bang bang if there ever was. Did you think that he not only had possession but made a football move?
I definitely think so. I mean, look, that's one of those situations right there. You'll see Malachi Moore knock the football. Look, near leg, near shoulder. He puts his hat right on the football, knocks it out. But that's a situation that we call country versus city. Country meaning if it's open, you can scoop and score. If it's congested like a city, you just got to dive and try to get control of the football. Right there is kind of a toss-up. To me, you try to dive on that one. I would go city right there, which you try to do. And unfortunately, Texas came up with it. But a great play by Malachi Moore.
Everybody here watching the giant video screens and trying to play the part of the officiating crew.
And Dante Lawson, he had an opportunity at that ball.
He did.
To jump on it. And it's the toughest thing. When you jump on a ball and it hits you right there in the belly, that thing will go anywhere. It's like a grease pig.
I resemble that remark. The officials still looking hard at the video. They've shown it a few times on the giant screen here. And now here's referee Matt Leffler.
After review, it was an incomplete pass. It'll be third down and 8 at the 45.5-yard line. Third down.
Well, you hear the call. Met with disapproval from all the officials in the grandstands.
Next play, though, right? You got to put that one behind you. You still have to force Texas to go 9 yards to get the first down.
And it is third down. Xavier Worthy and tight end Jatavian Sanders are wide to the far side. The running back, Jonathan Brooks, is aligned to the right of his quarterback, and two men are wide to the near side. The Alabama defense shows blitz. Now they'll back off just a bit. So too does Brooks, the running back. He'll get the handoff. He goes right, gets stood up, and he is well shy of the first down. Great effort by the Crimson Tide defense.
Yeah, and this is in no man's land. So you got to think that Texas is going to run the ball, knowing that they're going to go for it on fourth down. It sets up a fourth and about 4 yards that they're going to need to move the chains.
And they are keeping their offense in the ball game. They are going to be looking at a fourth down and 4, maybe 5 to keep this drive alive. Ewers in the shotgun. Defensive front digs in. Now Ewers steps back, looks to the near sideline. They're going to wait and try and draw Alabama off. Kyle Flood, the offensive coordinator, is just standing around, and he's not going to call a play. And there's a flag for a delay of game.
Look, you're in that 43, 44-yard. It's too long for a field goal, and punting really only picks up an extra 15, 20 yards. So you got to force the issue and see if Alabama is disciplined enough not to jump off sides, and the Crimson Tide answered.
So now the Texas Longhorns are going to punt it away. That is going to be a great job on a Trucksworks defensive stop, ending that drive for the Texas Longhorns. Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide, with 13 locations across the Southeast to keep your business rolling. Here now, Ryan Sanborn punts it away. It is batted in the air, hit by a Texas Longhorn player at the 1, and Sanborn made a great play, getting that ball to stop on a dime in the end zone. It was batted back into the field of play, and Alabama will be starting 1st and 10 from their own 2-yard line. We've got a timeout. No score here in Tuscaloosa. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Tide fans, it's Caleb Downs, here to remind you flu and COVID-19 continue to affect our communities. So don't wait. Vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM to learn more. Stay safe and roll Tide.
Having forklift issues? Well, maybe you need a new lift. Maybe you just need your equipment repaired. Trust the experts at the Lilly Company. Lilly is your one-stop shop for material handling and an authorized dealer for the #1 forklift in the world, Toyota forklifts. From new forklifts to everything else in your warehouse, the Lilly Company has over 100 years of experience to take care of your business. Online at lilyforklifts.com, proud partner of the Crimson Tide.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Tide fans, it's Caleb Downs, here to remind you flu and COVID-19 continue to affect our communities. So don't wait. Vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov IMM to learn more. Stay safe and roll Tide.
.55 left to go in the first quarter. No score between Texas and Alabama. Tonight's game is the All-State Crossbar Classic. And Texas and Alabama live from Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa as we broadcast to you live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union.
All right, Roger Hoover, thank you very much. I'm Eli Gold. Seated to my right is Tyler Watts, former Crimson Tide quarterback, former Crimson Tide linebacker downstairs, Christian Miller, our engineer-producer Tom Stipe, our spotter Butch Owens, and our host of the broadcast, Roger Hoover, who again insists on being the only one in the booth to wave to whomever. But
like somebody's waving at him.
Yeah, no. You see, we've got that. We've got the Royal Furniture booth cam, so folks are watching. So Roger, of course, has great manners.
We got the easy job right now because if I'm in an offense, I do not want to start my first possession on the 3-yard line coming out.
Well, we'll find out if Alabama can run against Texas. That's what's going to happen here. Jace McClellan is the single setback. Jalen Milroe is the quarterback. Both of those men are standing in their own end zone because the ball will be snapped from roughly the 2.5-yard line. Man in motion from the far side. Here's the give. McClellan will fight out across the 10 towards the 11-yard line. Great bit of running right there.
Yeah, and that offensive line is fired up. They got a body on a body and did just enough to create a scene for McClellan to run through.
C.J. Dupree, the tight end, with a great block as well. Here's a second down in the yard. In Milroe in the shotgun. Gets the snap. Hands off to Jace McClellan. He'll angle to his left and gets the first down. Another bank first down for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
And the first down of the game sponsored by AAATix.com. Let ATix be your ticket connection to all the Alabama football games. ATix is the ticket.
Just getting going. We have played just under 5 minutes. First quarter, no score. Empty backfield now. Milroe gets the snap, looks left, throws it across the middle, and it is off the fingertips of the tight end, Amari Nyblack, who had himself a nice ball game a weekend ago. Couple of receptions and some pretty good blocks.
Yeah, this is a little delay where he's just a 5-yard drag route. Would have been a great catch as soon as the ball hit his hands, he had contact, but one that he needs to come down. You're going to get hit anyway. You might as well go ahead and catch the ball.
Now 2 running backs in for the Crimson Tide. McClellan and Williams are in. Here now the give. Nope, keeping it himself and shoveling it left sideline is Milroe, and it'll be good for a first down to Jace McClellan. And how about that, Christian, when Alabama puts a second running back in? What does that do to the defense's preparation?
Well, it's really hard for the defensive end right there. He's got to make a decision. He's responsible for the quarterback, so he's got to pull up on Jalen Milroe. But Milroe does a really nice job just flipping the ball right over his head for a nice completion to Jace McClellan.
Alabama now with McClellan as the single setback. He's to the left of Milroe on a 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. Man in motion to the near side. Milroe under pressure. Flush from the pocket. He'll roll right. He'll outrace the linebacker. And he'll scoot out of bounds for a first down. Jalen Ford, the middle linebacker, was chasing him. But 12 yards later, they finally ran him out of bounds. Another first down for Alabama.
A heck of a play there. Just be able to break containment because Texas compressed their defensive rush. Good job by the offensive line. And when Milroe gets to the edge, he's awfully difficult with that speed. And Ford is a good linebacker.
Now Roydell Williams in at running back. He's lined up to the left side. Man in motion, Kendrick Law. Here now they look left, and Milroe will throw that one away. Everybody was covered. Nothing was open, and he just tossed it to the sideline.
Yeah, smart throwing it away. He's got to make sure he gets outside of that tackle box. That might have been a little gimmicky play. Alabama had thought they had set up, but Texas doing a good job of shutting everything down at the line of scrimmage.
8 minutes, 35 seconds remaining opening quarter. There is no score. Roydell Williams is the running back. 2nd down and 10. 3 wides to the left side. Milroe and Roydell are in the backfield. Milroe gets the snap, throws left, intercepted. Intercepted by the Longhorns and taken by Ja'Day Barron. And he's got the first down for the Longhorns back at around the 25-yard line. He was right there. The ball was being thrown right to him.
Yeah, you're always concerned. Don't force the ball. Don't force the ball. Texas dropped the backer. Corner came out of coverage. You had two defenders there on Jermaine Burton. That was a forced pass that got intercepted by Texas. And now the Alabama defense is backed up.
Here comes the Texas offense now. They'll start 1st and 10. Officially, they'll say from the 30-yard line. Jatavian Sanders, the tight end, is in motion. Baxter, the running back. Here now the snap. The give, Baxter kicks it outside right, and he'll make a move and get 8 yards on the play, getting all the way down to about the 25-yard line. That was Terrian Arnold who led the attack for Alabama. Jalen Key also there defensively.
Jalen's leg got a little whipped as he was going in to make that tackle. Hopefully that's not a concern. He was able to jump up.
2nd down and a couple. From the 23. Man in motion comes the near way. Inside give. It's Robinson. Takes it out to the right. Tries to turn it upfield. And he will get close to the first down. Let's see where they spot it. Keelan Robinson. And it's going to be a first down as they move the chains.
And Texas really attacking the right side of their offensive line, or the left side of Alabama's defensive front. All the runs that have been successful have been on the edge.
Baxter in the backfield. Sanders, the tight end. Here's the toss on the end around, and they bring it near side. Adonai Mitchell, as he will get it to the near wing, but he gets run out of bounds. And Malachi Moore upset. He thought he could have gotten that football that came loose, but he did not.
Boy, it just took a bad throw, and I'm not sure who knocked it loose. It was Caleb Downs and Malachi Moore. Definitely a live ball there, but it bounced out of bounds.
It's a funny shaped ball, that thing is.
Oh, sometimes you just need it to go your way.
So it'll be a 2nd down and 5. 6:41 remaining in the first quarter. There is no score. Motion. Worthy from the far side to the near. Here's a swing pass into the left flat. Catch is made by Baxter, who pays the price, but still picks up a number of yards down to about the 11. So give him 5 yards on the play. Texas trying to hammer it home. They are 1 of 2 in 3rd down conversions. C.J. Baxter, the running back. He's to the near side of Ewers, the quarterback. Man in motion goes to the far side. That was Mitchell. They look across the middle. The pass deflected, and it's incomplete. It was a deflected pass at about the 15, and it falls incomplete at the 11-yard line. Great effort on the part of the Crimson Tide's Tim Keenan, who was there to get a piece of that one.
Yeah, did an outstanding. I think it was Jaheim Otis, actually, that might have gotten his hands up, not able to get to Quinn Ewers, but able to get those big calls up and deflect the pass.
So now 4th down and 2. Let's see what happens. Baxter, the running back. He's to the right of his quarterback. The tight end is in motion to the far side. Sanders. Ewers keeps it, rolls and throws. Caught by Sanders. First down, Texas, and they get it inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah, Jatavian Sanders just released from that tight end position and went out to the flat. It's just a typical pick play that you see so often, but he is wide open in the flat as Alabama's unable to keep containment.
So it's going to be a 1st and goal for the Texas Longhorns. Baxter remains in as we expected to see him do the majority of the running for Texas tonight. not exclusive, but the majority. Here now a throw, Ewers across the middle, incomplete. Great job by Alabama's defense. That was Malachi Moore. Got a piece of Jordan Whittington and knocked the football away. It's incomplete. 2nd and goal now from 6 yards out.
Ball was thrown perfect. Whittington had it in his hands, and Malachi Moore came up with his left arm and knocked it bottom to top. Knocked that thing away, otherwise it's a touchdown.
5:13 remaining. Opening quarter. Second running back is in now. Brooks and Robinson. They will flank to the quarterback. Here now the inside give. And Robinson slashing right and gets virtually nowhere. Great job by the Crimson Tide. Defensively, Tim Smith and Chris Braswell combined on the stop, and there is an injured player out there for Alabama, surrounded by a host of people. Looks like Tim Smith is doing a quick survey of who I don't see up and walking around. We're going to break away. We'll take care of some business. When we come back, we'll update you on the injury. No score, but Texas is threatening here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
On game day, success starts with a great game plan. No matter if you're at home or on the road, greatness starts here with the Ford F-150 truck. Delivering a rare combination of power and smart technology like the available class exclusive Pro Power onboard, Ford F-150 helps make great things possible. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. See owner's manual for important operating instructions. Class is full-size pickups under 8,500 pounds. GPWR.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Scoreless between Alabama and Texas with 4:59 left to go in the first quarter. We just had an Andrews Sports Medicine injury timeout. Again, brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Eli, it was good to see Tim Smith get back to his feet, walk mostly under his own power back to the injury tent.
Now, he seemed to be okay from a distance. Of course, we're not doctors, but we'll get an update from the sidelines as soon as we can. Oh, Jahmyr Gibbs is here. He's a pretty good ball player.
Yeah, not too bad, huh?
No. I'll tell you, so many great ball players are here. That's one thing about an Alabama home game. You can field an all-pro team from everybody just kind of hanging on the sidelines.
You know what's really cool about that, too? We only played 1 year here.
Yeah.
Transferred in, but still considered as his home. That's pretty cool.
And Nick Saban makes all those guys feel very welcome. They're always welcome at practice, everything they do. He includes all the former Crimson Tiders. All right, Jonathan Brooks now in. Xavier Worthy is in as a wide receiver. Third and goal from the 6. Worthy in motion. Quarterback throws out route, knocked away, incomplete. That was Kool-Aid McKinstry against Jordan Whittington on the near side. And Kool-Aid wins that battle. And now it's going to be time to try a field goal for the Texas Longhorns.
It was man-to-man coverage the whole way. Worthy comes inside, acts like he's going to run a slant, and then pivots back out to the outside. That ball was off of his fingertips. That's a missed opportunity for Texas. Thank goodness, though, for Alabama.
A 22-yard field goal attempt now by Bert Auburn. Yep, that's his last name. Kicks up. Kick is good. So Bert Auburn with a 22-yard field goal attempt puts Texas on top by a score of 3-0 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. This mental getaway brought to you by visitpensacola.com.
Get your game face on and roll Tide with Shoe Station. As a proud sponsor of Alabama football, Shoe Station is the place to shop for game day style and trends. With a store in Tuscaloosa, 2 convenient locations in Birmingham, and stores all over the Gulf Coast, you can score big with our massive assortment of men's, women's, and kids' shoes from all the top brands. Check out shoestation.com/Bama today to shop game day ready shoes. Shoestation.com/Bama.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Lease a new 2023 Toyota RAV4 LE for $319 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 3rd, 2023. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3618 due with sign. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and DOT. See dealer for details.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
Bert Auburn with a 32-yard field goal for the Texas Longhorns has put Texas in front 3-0 against Alabama with 4:42 left to go in the first quarter. The Alabama Department of Public Health reminds all Tide fans to stay up to date with all recommended vaccinations. Flu season is here and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. Don't wait. Vaccinate. For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/INN. Let's go down to the field and check in with our Cooks Pest Control and Centricon sideline reporter Christian Miller. Again, Cooks Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. Christian, do you have an update on Tim Smith for us?
I do, and it's a positive one. Tim Smith was evaluated after having the wind knocked out of him, but he's now been cleared to return to the football game.
Sounds great right there. Tim Smith, the senior from Gifford, Florida. Some 20 tackles last year. With the Crimson Tide coming out of high school over the Clemson Tigers. Florida wanted him, Georgia, the Miami Hurricanes. Everybody wanted the big defensive end.
It's a pretty impressive group of schools right there, huh?
It really is. All right, let's see now. It's going to be Will Stone who'll kick off for Texas. Corey Brooks and Kendrick Law are the deep men. Law across the way. Brooks closest to us. Will Stone, he's from Austin, Texas. And played in every game last year as the kickoff specialist. Bert Auburn does their placements. And Ryan Sanborn does their punting. So Coach Sarkisian sharing the workload among those available legs. And the kickoff goes to the far corner of the end zone, and it is caught a yard deep. And that's where Alabama will have it from the 25-yard line now. First and 10. Excuse me, first and 10 from the 25. 4:42 remaining here in the opening quarter of play. Don't forget our weekly talk show Hey, Coach, and the Nick Saban Show. Coming your way on Thursday night from Baumhauer's Victory Grill here in Tuscaloosa. Coach Saban and other coaches and players from around the university will be our special guests. Jace McClellan, Malik Benson, Isaiah Bond, there to the near side. Now McClellan moves to the left of his quarterback. Milroe keeps it, goes left, dances around a defender, and runs for a first down. 11 yards on the pickup, and an Alabama bank first down on a quick call it from the get-go quarterback keeper.
Yeah, it's a read option. You read the backside in. He crashes down on McClellan, so Jace pulls the ball and is able to make a move on the safety and move the chains.
Now Milroe waits. Puts it into the gut of the running back, who busts free. And Jace McClellan across midfield down to the Texas 48-yard line. That's a 15-yard pickup on that first down carry.
I tell you what, sometimes you get a hot hand shooter or a wide receiver that's got a hot hand. Right now it's this offensive front for Alabama. They are moving the Texas defensive line, creating cutback lanes, and these backs for Alabama are taking advantage.
Robbie Oots is in. C.J. Dupree is in. Those big guys there. And now the handoff goes from maybe a yard to Jace McClellan. Oots got tied up there in traffic.
And now, because of your success running the football, as you cross midfield, as Texas is going to start creeping up more and more, now you're going to get some pressures. You're going to get some opportunities for a home run shot.
Roydell Williams will check in at the running back spot. He's got number 5 on the front and back of his jersey. Jermaine Burton and Isaiah Bond are in motion to the near side. Here now the give up the middle. Big hole again. And a nice running opportunity behind Darian Dalcourt that time for Roydell Williams.
It is an absolute thing of beauty right now to witness defensive linemen getting pancaked and pushed to the ground by this offensive unit.
They're going to bring in Christopher Ross. Texas will, as they decide to make some changes on that defensive front. Third down and 5. Here's the give up the middle, and maybe a yard. No more for the Crimson Tide.
Had a hole, but it closed down real quick as that talented Texas linebacking core was able to come in. And once again, does Alabama go for it?
Well, it looks as though they're going to. Jace McClellan is going to come wide to the near side, leaving an empty backfield. Quarterback Jalen Milroe is there. Now McClellan in motion. He'll come back into the backfield. 3 men are stacked up on the left side. Here's the snap. Milroe looks left. Milroe throws high. It's caught. First down, Alabama. Nice reception by Malik Benson after Milroe brought the snap down and released it quickly.
And all of that movement let Jalen Milroe know it was zone coverage. Now he knows what side of the field to go to, and he throws a high ball, but it's completed.
Now here's Milroe again after the play action fake. He'll go screening to Niblack on the left side, and the tight end makes it across the 30 down towards the 27-yard line. Well, now they'll bring it back, so he stepped out there at the 30-yard line. It'll be second down. Upcoming. Defense creeps up. Snapping it off the far hash mark. Here's the give. Big hole. First down, Alabama. Jace McClellan. He goes right up the middle and spun into the heart of the defense for a 7-yard pickup.
Boy, great hole there on the right side, all the way up to the safeties before initial contact is made. Another gain of 6 or 7 yards before the first Texas defender is able to come up and lay a hand on him.
1:02 remaining in the opening quarter. Makes it 3-0 lead for Texas on an early field goal. Now Milroe in the shotgun, 1st and 10. Running back McClellan to his right rear. Wideouts either way. Here's the give. McClellan starts left, Everybody had the outside covered, and he couldn't even turn it upfield. He had Alfred Collins right there clogging up the middle, and the defensive tackle makes the tackle for a stop and a loss of the yard.
Alabama really incorporating Jalen Milroe here early on. A lot of read options where they're reading the backside defensive end, and that time Texas just did a really nice job of forcing the give, but then clogging down the holes and forcing the ball carrier to the perimeter.
18 seconds to go in the quarter. Here now, Roydell Williams stays in the block. Quarterback looks long, end zone. It's tipped away, and it falls incomplete. Ja'Cory Brooks was diving for the football after it got tipped by Ryan Watts near the end zone, but he could not come up with it before it hit the turf.
But he threw a ball that was, at best, a 50-50 ball, and one that was going to be awfully difficult for the Texas defender to get his hands on and intercept it. Ball's thrown a yard further, though. Brooks has got a touchdown.
Yeah. Now with 5 seconds to go in the first quarter. Man in motion. Roydell Williams comes back to the left of his quarterback. Here's Milroe. Straight drop, flush left. Looks up the side, shovels it forward, and it's going to be caught by Roydell Williams on a shovel pass, and then they'll say he dropped the ball at the last second, and that is going to end the first quarter of play.
That's the end of the first quarter.
So we are one quarter complete here in Tuscaloosa. It was a field goal that has given I was going to say Auburn. It was Bert Auburn, the kicker, who has given the Texas Longhorns the 3-0 lead. We're back with the second quarter after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm Tyler Watts. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org. Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, and the playoffs weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega, September 30th through October 1st. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
It's time for your Alabama Power Scoreboard Update. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you here in studio. How about those Miami Hurricanes? They're going to beat A&M right now, late fourth quarter, 48-33, just 30 seconds to go in the game. Grambling has just scored a touchdown. They're tied up with LSU 7-7 in the first. Middle Tennessee leads Missouri in the second, 7-3. Let's send you back right now to Bryant-Denny Stadium. Roger Hooper.
Thank you so much, Brian. Right now, it is Texas with a 3-0 lead against Alabama after 15 minutes of play. The first quarter recap is brought to you by Knox Pest Control. The Crimson Tide with 89 total yards. Texas with 58. Alabama 65 yards on the ground, 24 through the air. As Jalen Milroe started this game, 3 of 8 passing again for 24 yards and 1 interception again. That's the first quarter recap presented by Knox Pest Control. Visit knoxpestcontrol.com or call 1-877-KNOX-PEST. Knox knocks them out as Alabama continues in the Chick-fil-A red zone with a 4th down and 10.
Folks, you are missing a gaudy display of championship hardware, but it's wonderful. The SEC men's basketball team, a championship team from the Crimson Tide, getting their rings, and they're showing them off to the fans here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. That was quite a season they had last year.
It was fun to watch.
Yes. Well, here comes Will Reichert. He's going to attempt the field goal out of the hold of James Burnett. The snap from Neeland Hibbett. Football is going to be placed on the grass at the 33, so it'll be a 43-yard field goal attempt to try and tie it up. Texas leads 3-0. The kick on the way. It is up. And it is good. So a 43-yard field goal by Will Reichard. And that's all tied up now here in Tuscaloosa. We were having a philosophical discussion up here during the break. What you would have done on a 4th and 2.
Sure.
Some of us were going for it, others were not. What did you think?
I thought early on, and this is track record and just experience of watching this man coach, but I would have thought that Nick Saban on a 4th and 2 situation wouldn't have chased the points or thinking it was a must-convert type of situation. I think he still would have taken the points, but I was outvoted by all of y'all.
Well, anyway, it's a 3-3 ball game now. The Bromberg scoring drive for the Crimson Tide. 12 plays, 51 yards in 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Keelan Robinson is the deep man for the Texas Longhorns. And here comes Will Reichard to kick it away. And Robinson, who is 8 yards deep in the end zone, lets that football fly over his head and out of the back of the end zone. So Alabama now going to work defensively. What do they have to do to slow down the Longhorns?
Well, we know we've been getting beat a little bit on the edge as far as the rush goes. But outside of that, Texas has just been dinking and dunking everything right around the line of scrimmage, forcing us to run to make sure that we're going to be in communication. But you know that Steve Sarkisian has something up his sleeve. There'll be a heavy, hard play action off all these little short passes, and he'll take a shot.
C.J. Baxter is the running back for Texas. Man in motion from the near side. Play action. Going long. Looking for that motion man. Knocked away by the Crimson Tide. Great job as they were looking for Xavier Worthy, but Caleb Downs stayed right with the play and was there to knock it away.
He came in motion, acted like he was going to go across the field, and then turned it up and was able to split the safeties. Actually, Caleb Downs comes over from the backside safety and is able to bat that ball away.
Great job by the youngster who was the SEC's Freshman of the Week this past week. 2nd down and 10. Motion again for the Longhorns, sending a man to the left side. Now the inside give. And that time Baxter gets tripped up by Jaheim Otis. And it's easy to get tripped up by Jaheim.
Yeah,
He's like a big old speed bump out there.
Boy, and Christian, right now, this Alabama front making it awfully difficult between the tackles to run the ball.
They definitely are. And like you said, really the success that they're having is on the perimeter. And that's why it's critical. We got to get an edge set, whether it's the outside linebacker, safety, whoever. They got to get that ball pulled up. That way they're not getting that big yards on the perimeter.
Texas 1 of 4 in 3rd down conversions. Looking now at a 3rd and 8. Quarterback steps up, looks left, throws, has the man. It is complete. 1st down to Jordan Whittington, who'll spin forward out across the 40 to the 42-yard line.
Just too clean of a pocket for Quinn Ewers. He's got all day to throw the ball. And we got good coverage in the secondary, but if you give a quarterback 4 or 5 seconds, he's going to find an open receiver.
So now with 13:49 remaining in the opening half, 3-3 game. Man in motion. Quick throw, near side screen. It's Worthy, and he will go after a long throw on the near side with a flag on the play. They're going to call interference on Terrion Arnold for hanging on to the uniform sleeve of the intended receiver. But there are those plays that you expect from Sarkisian.
Defense number 3. It's a 15-yard penalty. It is 1st down.
Indeed, Terrion Arnold reaching out and grabbing the back of the left shoulder pad.
Quite honestly, he was running with his arm on the shoulder pads, pulling it. They could have thrown that penalty from Wallace, but rightfully so, he should have. You get beat, you go ahead and have the penalty against you, so what? 5-10 yard penalty, I can live with that.
First and 10 now. Football at the 44 of Alabama. Jonathan Brooks is the running back. Motion, the tight end, Sanders, comes to the near side of the formation. The snap to Ewers. He'll throw this one up for grabs. It's towards the back of the end zone. Diving forward, making the grab. Touchdown is Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy, 44 yards. And man, did he just throw that one up towards the clouds. And it came down right in the arms of his receiver.
One of his biggest criticisms was not giving a catchable ball in the deep throw. It was always either too short or too overthrown. He took that into account this week and just threw it as high as he could and allowed his receiver, who's awfully fast, to run under it for the catch.
44 yards on that touchdown pass. Quinn Ewers to Xavier Worthy. Extra point try out of the hold of Ryan Sanborn. The snap of Lance St. Louis. The Bromberg scoring drive, 4 plays, 75 yards. In a minute 29, and the extra point is up and good. So the Texas Longhorns, using the long ball, have taken a 10-3 lead over the Crimson Tide. 13:26 remaining in the opening half. We're back in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Tide fans, it's game day. Take your seat and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. There's nothing better than the winning combination of crispy potato chips, light and airy pork skins, and Crimson Tide football. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in. Because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 66 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed. Oh, yeah? Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too. Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Texas leads Alabama by a 10-3 score with 13:26 left to go in the second quarter. Tonight's game is the All-State Crossbar Classic. Texas against Alabama, again live from Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. Across the conference is presented by T-Mobile. T-Mobile bringing 5G to hometowns across the SEC and a proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. It's been a mostly winning day around the Southeastern Conference, but Texas A&M did fall to Miami. Vanderbilt also fell to Wake Forest, and right now South Carolina trailing Furman. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. We continue live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money.
All right, Roger, thank you very much. Kendrick Law is deep for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Ja'Cory Brooks is 5 yards closer to midfield. The kickoff upcoming here. Christian, what's the demeanor like on the sidelines?
The guys look like they're ready to be coached up, and rightfully so. From what I've gathered, we might not have been in the right coverage a couple of times, but right now we just aren't getting enough pressure on the quarterback. We've got to help those secondary guys out, get some pressure, force some pressure, make some error throws, because right now Quinn Ewers has what feels like days back there is sitting in that pocket.
The kickoff goes into and out of the end zone, another touchback, and that means Alabama will start 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line.
You got to answer. That's the biggest thing is your defense did a good job forcing a field goal. Then they give up the long touchdown pass. They need an opportunity to rest on the sideline and gather their thoughts. So this offense cannot afford a 3 and out. They got to be productive. Go back to the run game, pat on this defensive front.
2 running backs are in again, flanking Milroe. Man in motion, McClellan goes to the far side. The inside give to Roydell Williams, and he'll fight down to the 30-yard line. Picks up 5 yards on the play. Does Roydell. T'Vondre Sweat. First time we've mentioned his name as a prominent tackler for the Longhorns.
He can make all the tackles he wants after a 6-yard gain.
Yeah, exactly. Here now on the 2nd down and 4. Play action fake. Milroe looks right, throws, and Jace McClellan lets it go right through his hands and onto the grass.
You hate that because that's almost a wasted down there. You have the same look, 2-back look, same motion. You fake the handoff looking for a home run shot. You hit your check down, and McClellan just takes his eyes off of it, so it sets up a 3rd and medium. And right now that potentially takes away the run, which Alabama does not need.
Bama nothing of 2 in 3rd down conversions today. Snapping it off the near hash mark. Roydell Williams in motion. Comes back to the left side of his quarterback. He got wideouts either way. Here's Milroe stepping back, flushed from the pocket. Looks and throws. It is caught across the middle by Jermaine Burton. Beautifully played, and a nice first down for the Alabama Crimson Tide. A 9-yard pickup. Good job by the quarterback, and a great job by Burton.
And he didn't overly commit to the run. He kept his eyes downfield. Jermaine came back to him and got just enough to pick up the first down.
Now on the first down give, here's Roydell Williams. And he'll pick up a yard to the 40 from the 39. A lot of substitutions going on. Jace McClellan comes in. Isaiah Bond will check in as the wide receiver. Amari Nyblack also checking in. 2 wides on the right, 2 are stacked on the left. Here's the snap. Milroe under pressure. He escapes. He gets away from a second lineman, dances up the right sideline, and then goes out of bounds at the 42-yard line, I believe. So it'll be a 2-yard pickup is all. Did a heck of a job to get out of trouble in the first place.
This Texas defensive front, they love to twist, bring people, give the offensive line different looks. We held up just long enough to get Jalen to the outside, and very fortunate to pick up positive yardage.
Bama 1 of 3 in 3rd down conversions. Here's a 3rd down and 7 now. Football at Bama's own 43-yard line. In the backfield, quarterback claps his hands, gets the snap. Milroe under pressure, going down. And that'll be the first sack of the ball game for either team. Give the credit to David Benda, the weak side linebacker from Katy, Texas, who ironically takes down the quarterback.
Well, they had
from Katy, Texas.
They had man coverage with a couple of safeties deep. They brought about 5 or 6 people. When Jalen sees that, he's got to go ahead and pull it down because they don't really have anybody that can run with him.
Worthy is deep to field the punt from Burnip. Worthy says, fair catch. He'll just let it bounce and bounce and bounce and roll and roll and roll all the way down to the 5-yard line. So Alabama getting a good punt and roll from the Australian punter. 61 yards and no return. A nice way to flip the field. We're coming right back with more. 10:30 to go in this opening half. It is Alabama trailing the Texas Longhorns 10-3 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At
Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect, not easy.
Tide fans, it's game day. Take your seat and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. There's nothing better than the winning combination of crispy potato chips, light and airy pork skins, and Crimson Tide football. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in. Because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 66 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
10-3, Texas leading Alabama with 10.5 minutes to go until halftime. Our radio affiliate of the game is our flagship station in Birmingham, Classic Rock 106.9 FM. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Thank you to WBPT, Classic Rock 106.9 FM in Birmingham for carrying Alabama football this season. Let's go down to the field and check in with our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Christian Miller. Christian, what'd you see on the third down play that led to a sack for Jalen Milroe?
Well, Roger, one thing we talked about last week, and there was very few negatives on Alabama's part, but one thing we noticed was the blitz pickup by the running backs, and that's actually what we just saw on that last third down. The running back went for a cut block, and so he initially had his guy blocked, but the guy got up, the linebacker got up and made a good football play, but that's why you got to stay with your block, and we've got to give our quarterbacks time to throw the football, because we're seeing what that's doing for Texas. Those guys are basically playing 7-on-7 without much pass rush, so we got to do the same for our guys.
And contrastly, I think Jalen Milroe can take advantage of some of these looks as well and do make the decision quicker to run the ball.
Good to see Tim Smith back in the lineup for the Crimson Tide. He went off earlier, but big number 50 is back in. C.J. Baxter in the pistol formation, lined up behind his quarterback, Ewers. Now he steps up, draws even with Ewers. Ewers tries the inside give, and out with a flag coming down. Could well be a face mask on Justin Eboigbe as he made the tackle at the 5.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 92. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Indeed, that was the case. Didn't see many debilitating penalties a weekend ago.
Right.
Some big ones here.
And this is one where, yeah, he got it good there. Just reached out that left hand, took away what would have been a short gain, to now giving plenty of breathing room there for Texas.
2 flags, loss of 30 yards on the day for Alabama. Here's Jaden Blue now lined up in the running back spot. He's a small guy standing to the right rear of his quarterback. He'll go in motion. They throw it to him in the left flat. He'll cut inside the defender and get out to the 29-yard line. Trez Marshall was there to make the stop on Blue, who they listed 6 feet tall. That might be generous.
But he does a good job here getting to the outside, and that's a long way for your middle linebacker to have to run to make that open field tackle.
So it brings up a 2nd down and 4 off the far hash mark. Man in motion. The give, Blue, nowhere to go, and he's snowed under by the Crimson Tide. Gunnar Helm was in motion, but he got cut off the play.
Yeah, I think he might have lost a yard even. Great penetration by the defensive front there. Yep. Texas running into the boundary and nothing going.
Yeah, Eboigbe and Malachi Moore were there to lead the defense. Texas 2 of 5 in 3rd down conversions. Here's a 3rd down and 4 now. 9:10 remaining in the first half. The snap. Ewers
coming after him.
Looking, throwing. It's caught by the tight end Sanders, and he'll carry it across towards midfield. The ball came free. It was held in its hand now by Malachi Moore, but they're going to say the play was long since dead when the ball came free.
Christian, and we needed just one split second more to get that ball away.
Absolutely. You saw Chris Brassel with a really nice dip and rip coming up just a millisecond late right there, almost had a sack.
Xavier Worthy now the receiver on the far side, and he'll run up the left sideline for 15 more yards.
Well, these offenses, they get you on their heels. They go right back to the line of scrimmage and run another play.
Key was there to make that tackle. Now a quick throw left side screen again, and it's caught by Worthy, and he'll dance out of bounds this time. Let's see exactly where they spot him. Looks like it'll be at the 35 or so yard line. Yes, the 35.
And all of these plays are basically option plays. The quarterback, Ewan, has the ability to either hand it off as you have pulling guards and tackles going one way, or hit a backside little quick hitter like what we just had there.
Gunnar Helm is in. We've seen Whittington in and out. 2nd down play. Here's the end around toss. It comes to the middle of the field, and a great job by the Crimson Tide's Tim Keenan to stay with that play and get Worthy before he was able to really dangerously turn it upfield.
Terrion Arnold also had a blocker on him and was able to shed the blocker and help in on the open field tackle. That could have been a huge play on the second reverse for Texas this evening.
7:30 to go in this first half of play. Alabama trailing 10-3. Texas with the ball from their own 35-yard line. Here's the throw near side. Hard hit, but not enough to tie up Xavier Worthy. Worthy was hit hard by Terry. Bounced off of him and kept on going.
Jalen Key was also there, and he would have been about 1.5 yards short of the first down had they been able to bring him down.
Couldn't do it.
Missed opportunity there on 3rd down.
And now the 1st and 10. Quick throw left side. Catch made in the left flat. That's Jonathan Brooks circling out of the backfield, who will make the reception and step out of bounds at about the 19-yard line.
And Trez Marshall has to come off of the field here. He is absolutely worn out, just exhausted with all this sideline to sideline running that these linebackers are having to do.
6:36 remaining in the first half. Texas up by a touchdown. Far side motion. Here now the give inside and a no-look handoff. Trying to find running room is Baxter, and he'll get inside the 20 down to the 16-yard line. Tell you, Ewers did a heck of a job looking everybody off that handoff.
Yeah, he did, and the offensive lineman did a good job. But we penetrated and almost had him wrapped up for no gain before he found a cutback lane.
Now on the 3rd down play, here's the give. Blackshire and others will lead the attack and get close to the line of scrimmage for the Longhorns, and it'll be a 1st down.
Well, it's almost like the defense is either wanting to call quicker, or they're definitely a little frustrated down there right now and looking to the sideline. This pace will kill you as a defensive unit.
Yep. How difficult is it to operate like this for the offensive unit?
You feel good because you got them on the ropes. You keep them.
Here now the snap to Ewers, fakes the inside give, and a throw to the left flat to Whittington. And he'll make the grab, but there'll be a 1/2 yard loss for Whittington before he is stacked up by Alabama's Malachi Moore.
Kool-Aid McKinstry also coming up doing a nice job. Both of them now keeping their eyes into the backfield as much as Texas is throwing the ball at the line of scrimmage lateral.
It is 10-3. Texas on top of the Crimson Tide. Mid-stages, 2nd quarter. Man in motion. Xavier, far side. They look and find the man wide open. Knocked down by Kool-Aid McKinstry. Great job. They were looking for Jonathan Brooks, and Kool-Aid came out of nowhere to knock that one down and save a touchdown.
And Christian, I love how he didn't go for the kill shot. He didn't go for the interception. He just wanted to bat that ball away.
Really good instincts right there. I mean, you're right. He made the right decision. Just get the ball out of his hands, because Kool-Aid McKinstry just saved a touchdown right there. He planted on his foot, back foot, and got right to the football to break it up and save a touchdown.
Now Jonathan Brooks, the running back. Xavier Worthy comes wide to the near side, steps off the line of scrimmage by another yard. Here's the snap to Ewers under pressure. Bama can't get to him, and he'll squeeze his way forward and picks up a couple of yards. Deontay Lawson tripped him up, but well shy of the first down, and it's going to be a field goal opportunity for Bert Auburn out of the hold of Ryan Sandburn. It'll be from the 19-yard line, so a 29-yard field goal attempt just inside the far hash mark. Long snap on the money. The kick is up, and the kick is good. So the Texas Longhorns being held to just 3. A good recovery, though, by the Bama defense.
I tell you, they're making it easy right now, though. They're making it look easy, I should say. It's much easier for Texas to move the football right now than it is this Alabama offensive unit. And I always gauged kind of how the game is going by how difficult it is to gain yardage. And right now we're fighting tooth and nail for our yardage, and they're making it awfully easy with these big chunk plays.
We're coming right back to Bryant-Denny Stadium, where Alabama trails the Texas Longhorns 13-3. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you live in SEC country, you feel it everywhere you go. The traditions and rivalries surround you. As much as you celebrate the game, Region celebrates your financial wins even more. And like SEC fans, we'll never quit. Because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends, surprise parties, camps, birthdays. The same way you plan for the important moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Texas 13, Alabama 3 with 4:05 left to go in the second quarter. Crimson Tide this season have had 3 sacks and just had a great stop on third down against Quinn Ewers. Bama's sack count is presented by Guthrie's Golden Fried Chicken Fingers, an Alabama tailgate tradition, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Get a sackful at Guthrie's.
All right, Roger, thank you very much. Just saw Governor Abbott from the state of Texas down on the Longhorn sideline. He is here, resplendent in his burnt orange golf shirt. You know what? These drives for Texas, they had a 14-play drive. a 12-play drive, a 10-play drive. They're keeping the Alabama Crimson Tide defense, like you said, on the field and breathing hard.
They're breathing real hard because they're having to run so much. We go sideline to sideline, then they're in and out, right between the gut. So they soften you up running sideline to sideline, and then they attack the middle, and then they'll hit a chunk play. They're constantly keeping you back on your heels. Very important drive right here for this Alabama offense. They need to do something positive to bring this crowd back into the game so that they can be have an influence, I should say, on this Texas team.
We're going to take a timeout here, and we will continue with more from Bryant-Denny Stadium as Alabama trails the Texas Longhorns 13-3, 4:05 remaining in the first half. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Important reminder. Don't delay emergency care, especially for signs of life-threatening and severe illness and injury, such as stroke, heart attack, trauma, and more. Ascension St. Vincent's ER care teams work quickly and listen to understand your health needs and deliver the care that's right for you and your family. Doctors and nurses are here for you 24/7, close to home. And you'll be connected to leading specialists and trusted providers for follow-up care. Visit ascension.org/St. Vincent's AL Care.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
4 minutes, 5 seconds left to go in this second quarter. Texas with a 13-3 lead against the Alabama Crimson Tide. Bama fans, after another Crimson Tide win, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue. Now with 16 locations, there's always one near you. It's the best little pork house in Alabama. Again, 4:05 left to go in the second quarter. Join us after this quarter comes to a close for the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report.
So always a lot of good information. Lots of scores to pass along. Miami got the win over Texas A&M today. We'll have all the updates for you. That's coming up at the break. All right, Christian, you're on the defense. You've been on the field for so darn long because of the numbers of plays that Texas is running. How do you get your legs back under you?
Well, Eli, you just got to do the best that you can to stay composed, look to the sideline after every play, get the call. I think we saw some guys a little frustrated that they weren't getting the call in enough time. So got to have the coaches getting the call out to those guys. That way they can get their assignment, get into their alignments, and get ready to go. You know, it's tough because Texas is using some tempo, but I will say one thing that the defense has to do a better job of is not lead with their shoulder when they're making these tackles. We got to wrap up. There's a couple times that we could have gotten off the field on third down, but because we didn't wrap up, we gave them that extra yardage. So got to do a better job of that going forward, but at least we've been doing a good job getting stops when we really needed it and holding these guys to field goals, which keeps us in the football game.
Well, that is a good point. We've seen guys making bounce-off moves who didn't get wrapped up. And you can't afford that against a good team like Texas. Can't afford that against most anybody in college ball. All right, here we go now. Alabama 1st and 10 from their own 20. Milroe saw an opening, takes off. He's got a first down. He's got more as he's out to the 45, 46-yard line.
It's a design draw, and they do a good job of all the receivers running out the DBs and then just opening up a hole right there in the middle. Jalen Miller has got to be a more intricate part of this offensive unit. He can tear up this Texas defense with his legs.
Dupree is back in the ball game. At tight end, Jace McClellan, the running back. Man in motion. Burton, the wide receiver, goes wide right. Here's the snap. There's the give to the running back, Jace McClellan. He cannot stiff arm the man. Jalen Catalan came up to make the stop.
From that safety position, and all safeties on this field tonight have been heavy in run support. They understand the importance of the ability and the success of this Alabama backfield. If they can run the ball, they're going to have a long night.
Now Jace McClellan again in the backfield. He's lined up to the left of Milroe. Two wides left. Everybody tight on the right side. Here's the snap. Milroe under pressure. He'll roll right and throw that away onto the sideline. Incomplete. He had nowhere to go.
Pressure came from the field, and Jason McClellan did a good job picking it up. There's nowhere to go with the ball, and there's really no running lanes for Jalen Milroe to throw through. And 3rd and long is not where this Alabama offense needs to be.
Now it's the Jack linebacker, Baron Sorrell, who put the biggest push on at the quarterback.
And I wonder here, if you can pick up 6 or 7 yards, you may have to consider going for it.
Here now on a 3rd down and long. Milroe. He'll escape, step up, checks the yard line marker, and dances forward to the 50-yard line.
Not enough.
No.
You needed to get closer to about the 47 before you might have considered it there, but there's just nowhere to go with the ball right now. These wide receivers are not able to create separation in the secondary.
You know, I've watched Texas, as you did, on film. I didn't appreciate the speed watching it on the TV screen.
Yeah, this is one of their better defensive units that they've had probably in the last 10 to 12 years.
Yeah.
They fly around the ball heavy and run support, but also do a good job in coverage.
Xavier Worthy is deep, standing at his own 10-yard line. Here's Burnip, booms it away. And Worthy says, stay away from it. It takes a bit of a roll, an Alabama roll inside the 10, and it's down at the 8-yard line. So again, the Crimson Tide getting decent field position on that 45-yard punt and no return.
Well, if there was ever a possession where you could not afford any chunk plays, this one right here with just under 2 minutes. You cannot afford to give up a field goal opportunity or, God forbid, a touchdown right before halftime.
It's a beautiful night here in Tuscaloosa. Temperature is perfect for college football. Only bad thing on the scoreboard is that 13-3 lead for Texas over Alabama. Here's a 1st and 10. Longhorns from their 9. A high snap, quickly pulled down. Here comes the Bama defense swarming, and they get all over the running back. That was Chris Braswell who led the Crimson Tide swarming defense that time.
And the ball carrier was forced out of bounds there, which stops the clock, obviously, and that potentially, we'll find out if that's good or bad for this Alabama. Maybe we can steal a possession here and get the ball around midfield. But you got to win on 2nd down.
Jatavian Sanders, the tight end, is back in. Jonathan Brooks now in at running back. Man in motion is Sanders. The tight end comes up to the line of scrimmage. Ewers gets the snap, stands and then throws, and it's incomplete across the middle at the 20, looking for Jatavian Sanders. The ball skimming across the top of the blades of grass.
He's such a big target there, and he creates separation in the middle. Would have been enough to move the 1st down, but Quinn Ewers throwing off of his back foot, short hopped it to his big tight end.
One of the biggest 3rd down plays of this game thus far. Texas looking at a 3rd and 9.
We bring pressure and we can't get to him. Does Alabama stay back in coverage?
Brooks in motion. He lines up to the left of the quarterback, who throws to his left. It's too high. Too high for Worthy in the left flat. And that is a huge stop right there. Helped in part by the bad throw, but hey, who cares?
You got the pressure, though. A little bit of pressure. Didn't get to him, but you might have affected his throw, forcing it high.
Yep.
The 1st down where he runs out of bounds. We've got our timeouts in our pocket now. We stand to get the ball back close to the 50-yard line.
And that's where Kool-Aid McKinstry comes out. Let's see, where does he stop backpedaling? He'll stop at around the 45-yard line. And the punt. Kool-Aid backpedals, makes the grab. 30. He stops going to his right, then slips down and is taken down at the 28-yard line. So not exactly the way he had wanted it to go. Some 56 yards on the punt. There is a flag down, however, back at the 3-yard line. The officials are talking it over there. The center judge That's Chris Garner with Matt Leffler.
Holding on the kicking team, number 13. That penalty has been forced from the end of the kick. First down. From the end of the run.
That's good right there. An extra few yards, compliments of the Texas kicking unit.
Thank God you can tag it onto the end of the play versus backing them up halfway to the goal line and making them kick it again. That was crucial there, that 15 yards.
Yep.
And you're always fearful on special teams like that. It's holding prior to the kick, which potentially could be an automatic first down for Texas. Thank goodness it wasn't that.
So Alabama now, with that penalty to be assessed, will be starting back around the 45-yard line or so, or the 40, let's say. And that's where they place the football. So Alabama will have pretty decent field position coming out of their own end, with Jalen Milroe working with Roydell Williams as his running back partner to his left. Defense has 6 across the front, now 5.
Don't have to abandon the run just yet with the timeouts.
Here's the snap, play action. Milroe looks, floats left, throws it across the middle, and the grab is made. It'll be a completion that time to Kobe Prentice, but it really won't pick up any. As a matter of fact, may end up losing a yard.
Yeah, and the clock continues to run, and the most critical is getting this first down, but Texas doing a good job. You got to attack the intermediate, and right now we have not had any threat at the 10 to 15-yard range.
Empty backfield, 5 in the formation, 3 wide to the right and 2 to the left. Here's Milroe all alone. Protection breaks down. He'll take off running, and he's to the 40 and out of bounds. But he had nobody in the backfield, of course, and then Byron Murphy came in spinning against the defensive front and hassled the quarterback.
And bad miscommunication there on the right side. I think J.C. Latham just accidentally let his guy go away. It was just a 4-man rush for Texas, and they're able to hit Milroe square in the mouth before he's able to get away from it.
Bama just 1 of 5 in third down conversions today. Here's a 3rd down and 8. Straight drop. Milroe looks, throws. It is caught. Nicely done by Kobe Prentice. Breaks a tackle. He'll run to the far sideline and is down at the 31-yard line. Kobe Prentice hit on a bullet that time of 29 yards by Milroe.
And that's the first 20-yard throw that we have seen right on that seam. So difficult for safeties to be able to cover that as you're applying pressure. Great catch and run after.
Now Milroe gets the snap, steps back, steps up, pumps, throws near side. Catch made by Prentice inside the 20, and he'll dance down to the 17-yard line. All of a sudden, the light switch has been flipped on.
And Jalen Milroe is able to do it because he's breaking containment and he's getting an open field where he is a threat to run. Texas is having to react to him, and that is creating some separation for his receivers.
Now with 32 seconds to go and their full complement of timeouts, Bama's going to work 1st and 10. Ball is at the 18 of Texas. Tyler Booker gets up from his offensive line stance, looks around, gets back. Here's a throw into the left flat. Catch is made, but stumbling backwards is Roydell Williams. He will go down, and timeout is taken by Alabama.
And that's a missed opportunity, unfortunately. That ball is thrown on his upfield shoulder, his left shoulder. He is going to take that in for a touchdown. Unfortunately, it hit his right shoulder, forced him to turn around, lose his balance, and he falls down for a short gain. Small things, Eli.
Yep. That's all it is, but that's what it takes.
That's right.
It's that little stuff. Why don't we reset where we are if you're just joining us? We've got 27 seconds to go in the first half of Alabama and Texas. Texas took a 3-0 lead on a field goal. Bama tied it up at 3-3. Texas then took a 10-3 lead on a touchdown to Worthy, and then Texas added to that with a field goal of 29 yards by Burt Auburn. The Crimson Tide now with 2 timeouts remaining and going 2nd down and 4 from the 12-yard line. Bama heading to our left. Here's the keeper by Milroe, and there was a broken play right there. Milroe had a weird look on his face as he was looking for Jace McClellan, who went past him in motion. Something wasn't right there.
Well, and I think it was a situation where if they motioned out with Jace, then he was going to pull the ball down and automatically run it. But when he turned to his left, he had a little opening. We just got beat on the left side.
That was Ethan Burton. They call him the Buck back. And he was the man who came in to bust that play up. So that's the second timeout now taken by Alabama. 13-3. Total yards 186 for Texas, 165 for Alabama. Not that big a numerical difference, but it's the way the plays have shaken down.
Texas probably going to sit back in zone once again on 3rd and long and force Jalen Milroe to read coverage.
He's got Jace McClellan right to his left side. Here's the snap. Milroe under pressure, nearly tripped up. He races away, leaves a big man in his wake, jumps and throws. It's tipped. It's caught. Touchdown, Alabama. Jermaine Burton on the tip drill stayed with that deflective football and pulls it down for a touchdown. But now the officials are talking about something. The officials, there's a flag on the play at the 11-yard line.
Lineman downfield, number 71. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Darian Dalcourt downfield. And the penalty negates the touchdown.
You know, in the days of the RPO, we see linemen 8 yards downfield on throws. It's very frustrating, but probably the right call. You see your quarterback scrambling out, and he is deep and very fortunate not to take a sack to begin with. But you're going downfield to help block out.
And what a great catch by Jermaine Burton, showing such concentration with that deflection and so on.
Well, here's the deal. You still got your timeout, right? So you need positive yardage here and allow this drive to end in a kick.
It's 13-3, Texas. Here's a 3rd down and 13 in the bag. Snap and a flag is down. And there's a call against the Alabama offense yet again.
Illegal snap. Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. It's 3rd down.
Gain your composure right here. And your composure.
13 seconds, please.
That's what they're down there talking about right now. We kind of all know what this is going to end in. Let's pick up positive yardage and allow Riker to come out and kick a field goal.
3rd down and 18. Snap off the near hash mark. Milroe steps up. Everybody's covered. Rolls right. Accelerates. Gets past the defender. He goes out of bounds with 5 seconds to go at the 9-yard line. And they'll say he stepped out actually at the 11. But Milroe gets back a lot of that valuable yardage to make this an easier kick for Will Riker. It'll be from the 20, so it'll be a 30-yard field goal attempt by Will Riker. Neeland Hibbett is the snapper. James Burnett is the holder. The kick on the way. It is up. And it is good. So a 30-yard field goal ends the half here in Tuscaloosa as the Crimson Tide now takes it to the locker room to regroup for the second half. The Golden Flake halftime visit with Coach Nick Saban is coming your way right now. The coach making his way down to Christian Miller in the end zone to our right. First.
speed on our safeties a couple times and made a big play, but can't get off the field on third down. I covered them well enough in man-to-man, and very inconsistent on offense, especially in the passing game. We're getting too much pressure in the pocket. Got to get away from them in man-to-man. We just got a lot of things we need to clean up here in the second half. But, I believe in our team, and I believe we can come back and do this, but we got to play better than we did in the first half.
Absolutely. Thanks, Coach.
Coach Nick Saban and Christian Miller downstairs, brought to you by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. So 13-6 is the Texas lead in intermission.
And very fortunate there. We're able to put points on right before halftime when this offense really bogged down in the second quarter, but able to put a drive together with Jalen Milroe using his arm and his legs. That was something that you can build on. We're going to get the ball back first here in the second half.
The Bromberg scoring drive, 8 plays, 50 yards in 1 minute and 34 seconds. And we have come to halftime here in Tuscaloosa. Glad you're with us. Second half should be a dandy. It follows all of our halftime activities here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here to enjoy another great football season with y'all. And guess what? The salmon are running, so make sure you try our delicious lemon garlic salmon. And for you land lovers, try our sizzling char grilled flat iron Callaway steak, complemented with our special shrimp etouffee. And you'll definitely want to tackle our Alabama hot chicken, smothered in our zesty and tangy, immune-boosting special Alabama hot sauce. Baumhauer's legendary fun and legendary food.
Bama's football tradition includes 18 national championships and 29 SEC titles. Reminds me of another winning tradition, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. I have peace of mind knowing that my home is protected by Cook's and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands, we all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little porkhouse in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by BASF, we create chemistry, and by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local store.
Welcome into the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. At the break, it's Alabama trailing Texas 13-6. Welcome back to Bryant-Denny Stadium. I'm Roger Hoover. The game's stats and facts are brought to you by Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Again, Texas with the advantage 13-6 against Alabama. Total yards for the Longhorns 186 compared to Alabama's 178. Texas has thrown the ball for 138 yards compared to Alabama's 80. Then the Crimson Tide leading the way on the ground. 98 rushing yards for Alabama compared to 48 yards for Texas. For the Crimson Tide, 4 penalties for a loss of 40 yards. Texas, 2 penalties for 15 yards. Individually, Jalen Milroe at quarterback for the Crimson Tide, 8 of 15 passing for 80 yards and 1 interception. The leading rusher is Jalen Milroe, 9 carries for 52 yards. And then the leading receiver for the Crimson Tide, Kobe Prentice with 3 catches, 42 yards. Also for Texas, Quinn Ewers passing the football, 13 of 21 in the first half for 138 yards and 1 touchdown. The prescription for success in the second half is presented by Payless Drugs. Payless Drugs is your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can handle your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less for the Crimson Tide. Try and get something going through the air. Again, Milrow 8 of 15, passing for 80 yards. Leading receiver again, Kobe Prentice with 42 yards receiving. Just behind him, nobody with more than 1 catch and nobody with more than 12 yards. That was by Chase McClellan. In football, there's always a winner and a loser, but when it comes to Great Southern Barbecue, there's only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Our score in Tuscaloosa at halftime: Texas 13, Alabama 6. Back with more in just a moment. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Chevron with Techron has unbeatable engine cleaning power, and it gives you unbeatable mileage for all kinds of unbeatable destinations, like time in the sun at the beach, or time in the sun riding roller coasters, or a day in the sun hiking mountains. Well, probably just one mountain would be enough for a day, but hiking a mountain is still an unbeatable choice for how to spend time. Download the Chevron app now to get unbeatable mileage at locations near you.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy, with only simple ingredients: water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar, or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas. Congratulations on getting your diploma. You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good evening, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. We are thrilled you could join us. 7:50 is our time. I'm Brian Houseworth in studio with my producer tonight, Jerry Kelly. This Alabama Power Scoreboard update with the latest scores from the SEC and around the nation is presented by Alabama Power. It's a proud supporter of the Crimson Tide. Alabama Power is power for a better Alabama. We're at the half right now, and it's been a tough night so far, but a great game. Number 11, Texas, leading number 3, Alabama, 13-6 at the half. Xavier Worthy has just been outstanding tonight for the Longhorns, and we'll see what kind of adjustments Nick Saban and his team will be making at the half. You know they certainly are talking about it right now. Elsewhere in the SEC, we're going to start in Baton Rouge, Tiger Stadium, 14th ranked LSU taking on Grambling. The battle of the Tigers. Both teams right now 0-1. LSU with a lot to prove after that disastrous second half against Florida State. They lead Grambling right now 28-10, 5:50 to play in the second quarter. Jade Daniels, 7 of 9, 139 yards. He does have a touchdown. Missouri in Middle Tennessee State. Of course, we saw the Blue Raiders last week in Tuscaloosa. They're at Faurot Field in Columbia tonight, taking on Missouri, and Stockstill's team playing tough. Mizzou is only up 10-7. That game is in the third quarter. Florida leading McNeese right now 13-0 in the second. Mississippi State right now leading Arizona 14-0 in the second quarter. How about number 20 Ole Miss and number 24 Tulane? The Rebels were down at the half, but they roar back and virtually shut down Tulane in the second half. Green Wave only 3 points late in the game. Rebels win it 37-20. Obviously, they have to give a lot of credit to Coach Golding, what he did on the defense, but Lane Kiffin changing some things offensively as well.
Because Can Do comes in red. They sponsor our fourth downs. There's the snap, and Dart in trouble, is looking to throw, and he's going to fire the trigger. He's got him at the 5. He's in the end zone. Touchdown. The big tight end is able to haul it in and score the TD, and the Rebels have a double-digit lead now. David Kellum there with a call from Learfield. Quinshawn Judkins also with a touchdown in the game. Jackson Dart on the evening, 2 touchdowns, 275 yards through the air. Number 1, Georgia beating Ball State earlier today by a score of 45-3. It was Kentucky beating Eastern Kentucky 28-17. That was the final there. Devin Leary, the outstanding quarterback, 24 of 38. He had 299 yards and 4 touchdowns in the ball game. Arkansas, big win over Kent State, 28-6. That game at Frank Royals Field, and Sam Pittman's defense coming up big.
Trips left. That's into the open side of the field. Got a new running back in the game. They throw it short. It's intercepted. Inside the 25. That's going to be a touchdown. Arkansas picks it off. That is Antonio Greer.
That's how it sounded on the radio network there from Learfield, and that was Chuck Barrett on the call. Our halftime highlights are presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise. The Crimson Tide fans score a taste touchdown at your next tailgate with Hellman's. They're the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. Well, Alabama has been shut down. A couple of field goals in the game. That is all they've been able to get offensively. Our score right now is 13-6. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at our top 25 action. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm the Pee Wee football team you're carpooling to the game, and our backseat practice has your focus off the road. Go long. Not that long. And if you have cut rate car insurance, you'll be stuck on the sidelines for the season. So switch to Allstate. Save $468 and get better protected from mayhem like me.
National average annual savings of the auto customer surveyed in 2022 who switched to Allstate. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking. Now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Into the building for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Once again, my friends, a pleasant good evening across the great state of Alabama. It is 7:56. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio with your top 25, a few more SEC scores from around the nation, brought to you by Alabama Power for a better Alabama. Well, I'll tell you, a person that's not going to be popular tonight is going to be Jimbo Fisher. That will not be a pleasant trip for him back to College Station. Miami just decimates them in Coral Gables today. Number 23, A&M goes down 48-33. Tyler Van Dyke, what a performance. 21 of 30, 374 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Van Dyke lofts it downfield, and it is caught by George, and he's still going. Jacoby George, right on in.
That's how it sounded on ABC earlier today. We thank Joe Tessitore and Jesse Palmer there for the audio. Number 25, Colorado beating Nebraska. Prime time is the real deal. Buffaloes win it 36-14. Shedeur Sanders, 31 of 42, 391 yards. He accounts for 3 touchdowns in the game. Big Blue, number 2, Michigan beating UNLV by a score of 35-7. Wild one tonight in Lubbock. Number 13, Oregon beating Texas Tech 15-13. They are now at the half. And number 5, Ohio State beating Youngstown State by a score of 35-7. One other quick note, Rich Rodriguez, what a job I think he's doing down in Jacksonville State, the program he's building there. They are up right now over Coastal Carolina, 9-7. Rich Rodriguez, former coach of Michigan, down at Jacksonville State right now, and they are in Conference USA. That game late in the first half. You can take it to the house this football season. The Alabama Manufactured Housing Association. One lucky fan could win a $75,000 credit toward a new manufactured home. Register at rolltide.com/take it to the house. You can visit for details, rolltide.com. I'm Brian Houseworth, live here at 7:58. Next up, your second half kick, Eli, Tyler, Christian, and Roger. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. I can make a sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows. That's how I get my grill on. Kanaka sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
Do you say roll tide instead of hello? See elephants in the clouds? Never wear blue and orange together? If so, there's no better way to show your Crimson Tide pride than with the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. As passionate as you are about Bama, Regions is even more passionate about celebrating your every financial win and helping you plan for the next one. To order your card, visit Regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
It's game day. What do you take to the tailgate? A flat screen TV? Take it to the tailgate. Your wife's favorite blender? The DJ sound system? With a Ford F-150 truck, you can take it all. With available Pro Power onboard that acts like a mobile generator, you can use F-150 to take your tailgate to the next level. Visit your local Ford dealer today. The Alabama Crimson Tide and Ford F-150. Greatness starts here. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Allstate, you're in good hands. Chevron with Techron. Unbeatable fans deserve unbeatable mileage. Choose Chevron with Techron. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. And by The Soup Store, your home for officially licensed Bama gear. Now let's go back to the stadium for the call of the second half.
The Domino's Drive for Dough is presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on the first drive of the second half, Lauren Winters from Northport will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the CTSN Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. Before we start the third quarter, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Welcome back to Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa, Alabama and Texas, beginning the second half of play. Bama will get the ball by virtue of winning the toss and deferring to the second half. Kendrick Law is going to be the deep man, along with Ja'Cory Brooks. Brooks along the near side, and Law to the far side. Here in the second half, Alabama's going to have to shore up the line play, that's for sure.
You got to build off of what you did on your last possession there in the second quarter, and that is continue to run the football as you effectively did early on, but mix in some throws. And Jalen Milroe is going to have to be able to utilize his legs and make that a threat versus this Texas defense.
The kick into the end zone for a touchback, and Alabama will start 1st and 10 from their own 25. And normally, correct me if I'm wrong, you'll see some glimmer of idea coming up on these first couple of possessions as to how the game is likely to play out.
Right. Yeah, and we're, all the adjustments are obviously going to make, but it still comes down to execution. But as importantly here, we're concerned because we haven't played very good. It's still a one-possession game. That's something that you can hang your hat on and build on.
Two tight ends now for Alabama. Dupree and Nyblack are out there. Single running back. Handoff. Nothing up the middle. Turning it back to the right side. And very little room to get around Alfred Collins, who is there to stop Jace McClellan.
Boy, Eli, he kind of danced around that hole forever, and it was a good job by the offensive lineman to keeping a hat on a hat as he's able to pick up about 3 yards.
2nd down and 7. Motion to the far side. Inside handoff. And that time, Texas comes challenging on Jace McClellan, Ryan Watts, and Jalen Catalan combining on the stop. And it's going to be a 3rd down and 4.5 or so. Here comes Jermaine Burton to the near side of the formation. He'll split wide to the near side in man-to-man coverage with Ryan Watts. 3 wides to the far side. Single setback to the right of the quarterback. Milroe gets a low snap. Looks left. He'll throw this one long. Has a man behind the D, and it's caught. Caught by Isaiah Bond. And that's what you need to loosen things up a little bit right there. It'll go for 34 yards.
Yeah, that's that spark that you need. And all of a sudden, this fan base who has had very little to cheer about in the first half, all of a sudden on their stands. This is a great throw to the outside. Bonds beat his man. The ball's thrown another 2 or 3 yards. Jalen, let that thing go. It's another touchdown.
Defense, Devondre Sweat moves to the right side of the defensive front. Here now the handoff for Alabama, and trying to get free is going to be McClellan. He works it for all he's worth. Kept those legs going and gets a couple of yards where seemingly there was nothing to get.
Yeah, the safety, Jalen Catalan, came up hard and made contact there at the line of scrimmage. But McClellan somehow or another able to maintain his balance and fall forward for a positive gain.
Dupree and Nyblack are again the 2 tight ends. Just beginning the 3rd quarter. 2 wide receivers to the near side until Burton goes in motion. Here now is Milroe under pressure. He escapes. 1 man, a 2nd man. There's a flag down as he completes a pass to the 20-yard line. Burton, he'll spin away from the defender. He's down to the left sideline, and he is in. But there is likely going to be a holding call on Caden Proctor back at around the 45-yard line. I think that one's coming back.
Yeah, you really can't blame Caden Proctor either.
4. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. It is. Second down.
And Christian, I'm interested in you. He's not getting much depth there. Is that defensive end using some inside stunts as well?
Well, right there, he really just beat him to the spot. We always say there's that spot you want to beat that tackle to, and that's what he did. I don't know if Carter was just slow to get off the ball, but the defensive end did a really nice job getting upfield and followed through with a nice rip, and it really just gave Proctor no choice but to hold, or else that probably would have been a sack.
So the mark-off is going to bring about a second down and 17. And there's a flag.
Another illegal snap, I believe.
Illegal snap on the offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty.
What is Seth doing? Moving the ball?
I'm not sure if it's that. I don't really like that call, because how can the dude snapping the ball be illegal snapping the ball? He's the one that sets the play in action, but
no,
neither here nor there. He's the only one moving.
So that's going to be a second down and 22 now. Bama moving in the wrong direction. They've got to change that. Here's the snap to Milroe. Throws near side. Prentice makes the grab and gets out of bounds inside the 40 at around the 39-yard line. 12:18. Time remaining, third quarter. We're very early in the third. A 13-6 lead for the Texas Longhorns. Bama just 3 of 8 in third down conversions. Jam Miller checks in now. First we have seen of him here tonight. Low snap. Milroe picks it up. He'll step up. He'll take off running. On the left side, he's going to be converged upon, and down he will go. Well shy of the first down yardage. But with the leg that Reichard has, let's see where they spot it. Anthony Hill made that tackle. It's going to be at the 41, so it'll be a 51-yard field goal attempt for Will Reichard. Of course, he had a 52-yard field goal against Texas a year ago. Here's the kick. It's on the way, end over end, and it is good. Another lengthy kick by Reichard against the Texas Longhorns, and he draws Alabama to within 13-9.
Well, we talked about disciplined football, and right there, Alabama stopped themselves on that drive. A couple of big play opportunities. We took advantage of some of them, but missed out on some others, and unfortunately only able to come away with 3 points. That's important, but we can't trade touchdown opportunities for field goals.
Will Reichard, a 51-yarder. That's going to cap off a Bromberg scoring drive of 7 plays, 42 yards in 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Early in the third, it's getting tighter. Alabama trails by 4 to the Texas Longhorns. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Champions never give in. That's why Cadence Bank is the teammate to help you get the extra yardage you need to secure victory in your financial journey. Whether you're saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just need to tackle everyday life, we have the teammates, tools, and strategy to help you stay in the game. Dreams are in reach for those who never give up. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. That's cadencebank.com. Your team, your cadence. Cadence Bank, member FDIC.
When you're planning your next visit to Tuscaloosa, explore the upscale options available at the new AC Hotel by Marriott, conveniently located in the heart of downtown Tuscaloosa. Surrounding yourself in luxury and comfort in a spacious room with complimentary Wi-Fi, a smart TV, premium toiletries, and a plush bed, while the rooftop bar and lounge provides the best place in town to wind down after cheering the Crimson Tide to victory. AC Hotel Tuscaloosa Downtown is proud to be a preferred hotel partner of the University of Alabama Athletics.
Texas 13, Alabama 9 with 11:04 left to go in the third quarter. Congratulations to Lauren Winters from Northport. She wins a $42 gift card thanks to our friends at Domino. It's the Domino's Drive for Dough. Make sure you enter the next contest on the CTSN Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. Tonight's game is the All-State Crossbar Classic, Texas against Alabama, live at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. As we continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth, feel good about your money.
All right, and Lauren will be over for pizza soon. Congratulations to you. You know, woulda, shoulda, coulda. There was a touchdown that was pulled away here because of penalty. We had the one earlier with Darian Dalcourt. It's 2 touchdowns, even though Alabama's not had a boat full of penalties. The ones they've had have been impactful.
They definitely had some costly mistakes along the way that have reduced our opportunity to put more points on the board.
Here's the kickoff. The first 2 earlier were in the end zone. This one's coming out by Keelan Robinson. He's going to take a couple of hops, skips, and a jump at the 20 and get out to the 23-yard line. And that's where the Texas Longhorns will be starting, 1st and 10.
Need a takeaway. Texas has put the ball on the ground once or twice, but we've been unable to come away with it. We need a takeaway.
All right, here come the Longhorns in their traveling white uniforms. The burnt orange numbers, white helmets, and the Longhorn logo on the side of the headgear. Bama in the crimson jerseys over the white pants. Defense digs in, tight end in motion. Here's the give, and Bama swarms C.J. Baxter and gets the play put away. Good job by Terry and Arnold and others going laterally to keep Baxter in their sights.
Yeah, and so often in the first half, they had that little run pass option there where you could hand it off or sling it out to the perimeter on the opposite side. Malachi Moore took away the receiver option, so Quinn Ewers had nothing to do other than hand the ball off.
Jaheim Oatis made a nice play on that one defensively. Now with a single setback. He'll come in motion. Quick throw to the near side on the screen by Eward. And out across the 20 goes Baxter. Malachi Moore is there to welcome him in Tuscaloosa with a tackle. Brings up a 3rd and 11 now. Great opportunity here for the Crimson Tide defense to really put the stuffing on Texas.
You don't necessarily have to get to him. You just got to get him to throw off of his back foot. That's when he's not accurate.
Motion, Whittington. He goes to the far side of the formation, puts 3 wides there. Here's Ewers stepping up, looks, throws through the hands of Whittington. Incomplete. And Whittington's a pretty good target at 6'2", and that one was too high for him. Of course, Dallas Turner was that close, too.
He was. He almost got the first sack of the evening. And I tell you what, Ewers did all he could do. He had to throw the ball over the top of Christian Story, who was in coverage, and it was just enough to fall incomplete.
And now Kool-Aid McKinstry is back to field the punt. It's boomed away by Ryan Sanborn. Football bounces and comes to a dead stop and is down at the 30-yard line, and that's where things will be going to work. There is a flag on the play at about the 45-yard line. We'll see what they tell us.
During the kick, holding. Return team, number 3. 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. It is first down. Timeout.
So we've got a timeout with that penalty flag and the end of this series. The Crimson Tide will take over. 9:24 to go in the third, and the Crimson Tide is right now within shouting distance. It's 13-9. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom, I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
9:24, let's go into third quarter. Texas with a 13-9 lead against Alabama. Make sure you listen to Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show from Baumhauer's Victory Grill Thursdays from 6:30 to 8 p.m. all across the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Remember to submit your question to Coach Saban at AL.com. It could be asked during the show. Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show presented by Alpha Insurance.
Yeah, we love going to Bob's Places on Thursday. And we also had a great dinner last night at Big Mike's Steakhouse. A big shout out to the great folks at Big Mike's for the wonderful meal. I had the pork chops last night. The week prior, I had a big old ribeye, not as big as the one that Tom Stipe ordered. That one came to the table with a saddle on it. But not really. It was delicious, but I couldn't quite down that one. But I went with the pork chops yesterday, and they were just outstanding. The whole crew went with us. We had a ball. And remember, Big Mike's locations in Thomasville, Andalusia, Guntersville, Orange Beach, Auburn, and Moundsville. So go by and check them out. Doesn't have to be on Friday night, anytime. Here now the Crimson Tide. Milroe on first down, throws into triple coverage. Flag, flag, flag. Everybody who's got a flag is throwing it as Isaiah Bond was tied up defensively by the Longhorns.
I love how Alabama's pushing the ball downfield, though.
Defense, number 9, 15-yard penalty. First down.
You can attack this Texas secondary in the seam routes. That's where they're most vulnerable. It puts a lot of pressure on these safeties to make a decision. Bonds beats his guy inside. Lots of contact, but the ball was thrown 60-something yards downfield. That's why it looked like it was in triple coverage.
Yeah. Gavin Holmes was the guiltiest party there for the Longhorns. So it'll be a 1st and 10. Football now at the 35-yard line of Alabama. Here's now the snap. They pull it down, hand off to Jam Miller. And Jamarian Miller will make the carry. He's from Texas, Tyler, Texas. But Tyler Rose was a pretty good ball player in his day.
This is exactly what Alabama needs to be 4 or 5 yards plus on first down to stay on schedule. That keeps the run as a threat.
Here now on a 2nd down play. 2nd and 5. Milroe, backfield. Claps his hands, gives the ball, and here's the break to the near side. But great pursuit on the part of Texas's Kitan Crawford. And he will get that play stopped in the Alabama backfield.
Well, most of the time, if you can get a running back on a safety, that's the look that you're wanting. You like that matchup. But Crawford for Texas just doing a good job in open field tackle.
Bama 3 of 9 in third down conversions. Jace McClellan now in at running back. He'll take off to the near side, then reverse back towards the quarterback. 2 wides on the far side. Low snap. Picked up. Thrown. Timing route. Oh, just missing. Just missing on the near sideline. Jace McClellan had outraced David Benda, who was covering him at around the 30-yard line. And if that one was on the money, we'd be celebrating right now. But it was not.
Oh, so frustrating. He motions out and then comes back in, and that tipped the hand to know that it was man coverage. Yet when he free released to the outside and you had 2 little slant rights, almost pick plays there, if that ball's thrown in stride, easy touchdown. Even a back shoulder, he's able to maintain his balance and pick up positive yardage. Another missed opportunity.
Milroe upset it himself, as you could tell from his body language as he walked off the field. Now Burnett, a high punt. It is going to be grabbed and covered up at the 5-yard line. So another great job there. Xavier Worthy makes the catch, and Alabama has Texas backed up deep in their own territory. A 54-yard punt and no return. Yeah, that was a tough one right there.
Yeah, and we got to understand that, it happens.
Yeah,
it happens.
Not that I could do any better, certainly. But, yeah, you hate to see that.
But in the game that you feel like every play matters, whether it be field position, time of possession, points, obviously at a premium, as much offense as we've seen, ain't a whole lot to show for it as far as the scoreboard goes, a lot like last year.
Now we have an injury to the umpire. The umpire has gotten, I don't know if he got run over totally, but Stan Wahey is being helped off the field by Jeff Allen, the trainer for the Crimson Tide. There is no alternate official listed for tonight's game, so we'll play without one official. The umpire has gone to the injury tent, and now from the 5-yard line, play action fake, quick timing route near side, over the shoulder catch, a beauty by Donnie Mitchell, and he'll make the grab against Kool-Aid McKinstry at the 39-yard line.
Yeah, that ball could not have been dropped in there any better. The coverage was excellent. He only had about a yard worth of sideline to work with, and he dropped it in the bucket.
32-yarder. Now here's play action pass, wide open. They lost Tavian Sanders, the tight end, and he'll get the catch and take it all the way down to the 27-yard line. They just lost Tavian Sanders in the exchange for a 26-yard pickup.
Quinn Ewers rolled to his right and then planted and threw back, and there was nobody there. And 2 chunk plays, Texas already down to the 25.
Now here's the give again. Angling to his right is Baxter, and C.J. Baxter goes inside the 25 down to the 22, while Justin Aboigbe is slow and getting up now. He is standing and walks back to the line of scrimmage, but it was slow in getting there. Now a 2nd down and 7. Quarterback throws a side armor, incomplete. He was looking for Gunnar Helm. Would have been his first reception of the year, but Helm was led a bit too much that time by the quarterback.
Well, Deontay Lawson also right in his hip pocket, and he forced that ball to be thrown wide and did a good job of reaching that right hand in there to almost bat it away.
Well, now it's a 3rd down and 7. They'll snap the football at the 25-yard line. Empty backfield. Wides go 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Here's the snap. Ewers waits, looks, throws towards the end zone. Incomplete. It was into traffic, and that was Xavier Worthy, the intended receiver. Trey Amos was there with him. The senior from New Iberia, Louisiana, makes the nice stop defensively.
Did a heck of a job of getting his head around. He knew where the receiver was, got that left hand up at the high point. No chance for an interference, and that's going to force a long field goal.
It'll be a 42-yard try here for Bert Auburn. Kick is on the way. It is up. It is no good. Wide left. It is no good. Wide left.
As good as a turnover, right? As good as a turnover. 2 big chunk plays and nothing to show for it.
So Alabama is going to get the football back within shouting distance. They trail 13-9 with 6:26 to go in the third quarter. Back in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Texas 13, Alabama 9 with 6:26 left to go in the third quarter. This season, for every Alabama Interception, participating Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama will donate $1,000 to Children's of Alabama as our Picks for Kids partner. That so far this season, 1 interception for the Crimson Tide, $1,000 for Children's of Alabama. A special thank you to the Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama who are supporting Children's of Alabama this season.
A lot of friends in low places as they sing here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Tribute to some pretty good talent out there.
You ain't talking about me and Roger, are you?
No. I was talking about, what's that guy? Lives in Oklahoma. Garth Brooks? A little bit different than you guys.
Crowd loves it.
Yeah.
I saw him in Birmingham last year.
Really?
Yeah, protective safety. Butch was there too.
Really?
Yeah, another friend in a low place.
He's turned into a pulling guard, but he can still move.
Who?
Garth.
Oh, yes, he has. He has. No, last year at this time, I was not paying attention to concerts. No offense. All right, here we go. Let's see what Bama can do here. 13-9. Trailing to Texas. Quick throw, Milrose, too low, one hopper to Kobe Prentice, the intended receiver on the left side. So it hops away innocently enough.
Yeah, they just never had a chance. I know. Kind of spiked it right in front of him. And it was there, too, as an open. And those are the looks. You have to take advantage of them when they present themselves.
Yeah, he had gotten away from Jaron Thompson. Prentice had, but the ball couldn't be caught. Here now a 2nd down and 10. Once more, Roydell Williams, but he gets stood up after a couple of steps. Byron Murphy, the second. He is the nose tackle. And now Anthony Hill Jr. comes in. Weak side linebacker. Bama 30% in third down conversions today. Just 3 of 10. Here's a third down and 9. 3 wides to the near side. 2 to the far side. And there's who moved. Everybody stood up.
False start. Offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty. It is third down.
J.C. Latham. He and Colton Vasek were against each other. And both men seemed to move, but apparently J.C. moved a bit more quickly than Vasek did. 8 flags now against Alabama. And a third down and 14 facing the Tide. Here's Milroe under pressure, tries to escape, but he cannot. And he is put down for the second sack of the day for the Longhorns. That will be Anthony Hill Jr. who picks up the sack. Again, the second of the day for both teams. Both have come by Texas.
And Christian, I mean, nothing fancy about that. No twist. Just beat us on the edge, didn't they?
Absolutely. That's exactly what happened. Is man on man. Proctor looked like just got beat on the edge. You just got to protect the quarterback. Got to give him some time. And Jalen, will hopefully make those throws when his number's called.
Here's a punt. Not the best one that we've ever seen from Burnett, but this one gets across the 40, out of bounds at about the 39-yard line. That'll be a 47-yard punt for Burnett, averaging 46.3 coming into the ball game tonight. And now the Longhorns will go to work with Alabama trailing 13-9.
And with Texas, it's been all about the explosive play, the chunk play of 20, 25 yards. Got to find a way to eliminate those and force this offense to march the distance of the field.
Ewers, straight drop. Loads up, finds a man across the middle, and it's incomplete. Hard hit that time by Terry and Arnold, knocking the ball away from Adonai Mitchell. Big play by Terry. Terry and Arnold's played well in his first game and a half.
He has. He closed hard right there because Mitchell was open and would have been about a 15-yard gain.
Yep.
But Arnold's able to come in high and knock the ball away.
So now a second down and 10. Jonathan Brooks is the running back. Jatavian Sanders, the tight end. Here's the handoff, and scooting to the near side is Brooks. He'll get out towards midfield with Caleb Downs chasing him and putting him down.
So how does one play build on the next? Texas has been softening us up with the passing game, and then all of a sudden they hit us off tackle for a big gain.
Here now the inside give, and it's not going to get there. Texas says they've got it, but they do not. It'll be 4th down and a yard now. They're going to bring in Gunnar Helm as the second tight end. They are 1 of 1 in 4th down plays today.
Well, this is a gutsy move by Steve Sarkisian, especially as well as his defense has been playing. Do they just try to draw us off sides again?
They quickly hustle to the line. Quarterback is under his center. Sanders, the tight end, in motion. Here's the snap. Ball is loose, taken by Jonathan Brooks, and he will cover it across the line.
Or if that doesn't sum things up, they don't get it on initial push, and then Ewers bobbles the ball, and it's picked up.
Yeah.
But Christian, did you see any movement prior to the snap? I could have sworn I saw movement.
It looked like there might have been a little movement. I don't even know if Ewers ever even got the football. It almost like squirted out right there.
Yeah, I don't even know if they got the first down at all. The officials are talking it over. Matt Leffler, the referee, heading up the Southeastern Conference crew. And they're all standing around at the 47, 48-yard line. Boy, how huge would this be if Alabama gets the stop?
You always read players, but nobody's excited on either side.
No.
The ruling on the field, it was a fumble by the quarterback. The ball was recovered beyond the line. but the ball will be returned due to the fourth down play. Will be returned to the fumble. It'll be Alabama's ball. First down.
There you go.
Like that.
There you go. Alabama, as he can't advance that fumble, Alabama will take advantage and get the ball back.
With a fourth down fumble is under further review.
And now, as you might have heard, through the din of the crowd, the call of a fumble is under review.
Can't be advanced. Can't be advanced if it goes past the line of scrimmage.
The guy who fumbled it has to move it. It can't be anybody else.
But I'm just elbow me right now. But I think that ball, Quinn was watching the replay. He never had possession of it. But I never saw the ball go past the line of scrimmage.
It then came out.
I'm holding my breath on this ruling.
Yeah. We're all looking here at the video on the replay monitors. And again, what we see or think means nothing. But we'll see what happens. We're watching it now. It almost looks like the center hit himself in the butt with the football. Difficult to tell. So we'll wait and see. We're watching a larger screen now. It also looked like a couple of guys moved before the snap on the part of...
See, that's what I thought I saw.
Yeah, looked right there as though two guys moved before the snap of the football. So Matt Leffler, the referee, will tell us all about it.
After review, the quarterback never gained possession of the ball. Therefore, it's a backward pass, which can be advanced. It was advanced beyond the line of the game. It's a first down for Texas.
Wow. Wow. Tough break right there for the good guys.
So you're telling me he gets a 3-yard completion on a ball that bounced off his chest?
Yeah. Wow. That one hurt. Jonathan Brooks is down the running back. 3 wides to the right side. Everybody in tight on the left. Ewers gets the snap. Stands in, looks, knocked down at the line of scrimmage. And it's recovered by Ewers. And he'll take it off to the near side and run inside the 50 to the 45-yard line. I was waiting for Marcel Darius to come out of the stands.
Either that, yeah. And all I can think of right now is I have visions of that game we had versus Ole Miss here where every bounce went their way.
Yeah, remember that? Adebayo and all those guys made those plays off their helmets and so on. Here now a handoff, and Brooks will run off on the right tackle to get close to the first down.
We're making them earn it now, though. You have to control the line of scrimmage right here.
3 minutes, 7 seconds to go in the third. Brooks in motion. Back to midfield. Here's a throw across the middle, incomplete. Nobody home. They were looking for Mitchell, but it sailed past him. And here we go again. 4th down and a yard this time for the Texas Longhorns.
And I think this, leaving your offense out here, has more to do with the fact they have that much confidence in their ability to get positive yardage than anything else.
Worthy goes wide to the far side. Single setback is Jonathan Brooks. 2 wideouts left. A high snap. Give Brooks. He doesn't get there. On first try, he's short. I don't think he got there on the second effort either. We'll wait and hear what Matt Leffler's crew says. He was certainly short the first time.
He had to get past the 40.
Yep, Alabama holds. Alabama holds. They stymie and stifle the Texas Longhorns on a huge 4th down play here late in the third quarter.
Boy, awfully disappointed in the outcome of the previous 4th down conversion, but that defensive front, I thought he had enough, but did just enough to keep him about a foot short of the yard to gain.
and second try never materialized, really. It just stood him right up in the air.
Come on, offense. You got to go right at him here.
All right, here we go now on a 1st and 10, Alabama. They send a man in motion, McClellan, while the give up the middle to Williams goes now maybe for a yard. Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle on that far side for the Longhorns, stayed right home and made the play.
Texas is doing a much better job up front. They are really stalemating us. We're not getting near the push that we did in the first quarter. Still positive yardage, but not the 4- and 5-yard gains that we were seeing earlier.
Malik Benson wide to the near side. Isaiah Bond is one of 2 men wide to the far side. The defense comes up. Malik Muhammad creeps up defensively. Here now is Alabama on the handoff, running back. Very little gain, maybe a yard, nothing more. That was Jace McClellan.
And Christian, right now, we're just not winning at the point of attack.
No, we just got to get that push that you mentioned like in the first quarter. These guys got to get that energy and that juice back. That's one thing that they talked about at halftime in the locker room. Look, y'all started the game with that type of energy and that type of mentality. We just got to come back out in the second half and do that, and that's what I need to see right now from this offensive line.
Alfred Collins now sets himself at the nose for Texas. Milroe will audible. Everybody on the offensive line pointing. Here comes the snap. Milroe takes off. He's being chased. He gets the corner, and he turns the corner at the midfield stripe and should have enough for a 1st down. He saw that. He audibled into it and took off on the scamper. Another bank first down.
And Benda, David Benda, the middle linebacker for Texas, he is trying his best to spy Jalen Milroe. He is sitting there in position, but Milroe has too much speed once he gets on the perimeter.
2 tight ends, Oots and Dupree, are in for Alabama. Isaiah Bond checks in. Wideouts either way. Defense creeps up. Bond in motion. Here now is Milroe. He looks for Isaiah, but he can't throw it. He steps up and gets taken down as he crosses the 50-yard line and gets back to the line of scrimmage. Let's see if they call that a sack or not. Very, very close to being the 3rd sack of the ball game. Texas.
They were hoping to catch Texas sleeping in the secondary. It was one of those home run shots, heavy play action, but neither safety for Texas bit.
The 3rd sack of the ball game, they say. 2nd down and 10 and a half. Man in motion goes to the far side. Here's Milroe, loads up, looks down the left side. He's got a man near open in the end zone. Touchdown, Jermaine Burton. That will be 49 yards. And that, ladies and gentlemen, gives Alabama the lead for the first time in this ball game. Wow, that was a beauty.
You keep pressing the safeties, forcing them to eventually make a play. Jalen Milroe finally did not underthrow the ball. He trusted his arm. This is what we've been seeing out of him in fall camp. Jermaine Burton doing an excellent job turning on the Jets at the tail end, creating separation to walk in for the touchdown. That's a huge drive for Alabama. The defense has stepped up, 2 straight stops. Now Alabama capitalizes with a touchdown.
Jermaine Burton, who had a touchdown a week ago, adds one here. The extra point is up and good.
And that's Jermaine's 3rd touchdown tonight.
It is.
Just the first one to count.
That's right. The other 2 didn't count. But he's had himself quite the night. Good point right there. The Bromberg scoring drive will be 5 plays, 59 yards in 2 minutes and 38 seconds. And Alabama has taken a 16-13 lead over the Texas Longhorns.
Christian, I got to get your input right here, baby, man. You made me 2 big stops. I came back and got you a touchdown. Tell me what my defense is going to do.
Man, they got to get after this quarterback. They got to keep stopping the run like they've done. They've done a really nice job stopping the run and stuffing these guys and just keep coming up big in these critical moments. We've seen them get these stops on 3rd and 4th down. They got to continue to do that, get the offense the ball back, because now that offense has that momentum. I just watch these guys come off the sideline, celebrate. I see the towels going up and down. We got some life now, it looks like, so hopefully we can keep capitalizing off of that momentum.
14 seconds remaining in this 3rd quarter. Keelan Robinson is deep for Texas. And the kick. That one is sailing over Robinson's head, bounces twice, and exits the back of the end zone. Well, it's amazing how a swap on the scoreboard has injected life into 100,000 people.
Look, and give them credit. They have not abandoned this team. They've just been wanting something positive, and it all started with that fourth down conversion. That's when they came back to their feet and really infused that energy that this team needed.
And, of course, you have the missed field goal by Bert Auburn. He missed a 42-yarder earlier. Here now with 14 seconds to go. Man in motion for Texas, Robinson. And there's Keelan Robinson on the toss, gets taken down. And Alabama's defense now trying to pick up on that momentum from the offense as the third quarter has come to a close. It's contagious. It's contagious, that momentum is. Alabama goes to the fourth, leading 16-13 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
There is no substitute for hard work. Just ask the Crimson Tide. At Dex Imaging, they know the meaning of hard work, too. You don't become the best in the office equipment business without it. If you need a copier and printer company that understands hard work, quality, dependability, and customer service, then give Dex Imaging a call or go to deximaging.com. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of Alabama Athletics.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Into the building for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
And it's time for your Alabama Power Scoreboard Update. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio here at 8:48. How about Texas Tech? They're leading number 13 Oregon. Third quarter, a wild one right now in Lubbock, 27-18. Missouri barely holding on against Middle Tennessee. It's 23-19 in the fourth quarter. And LSU has scored again. They lead Grambling 42-10 in the third at Tiger Stadium. Let's send you back right now to Brian Denny. Take it away, Roger Hoover.
Thank you so much, Brian Houseworth. The third quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. Defend your home and business from unwanted pests from Knox Pest Control. Knox knocked them out. Crimson Tide, after trailing 13-6 at halftime, Alabama outscored Texas 10-0 in the third quarter as the Crimson Tide have built a 16-13 lead against the Longhorns. Tonight's game is the All-State Crossbar Classic. Texas against Alabama live at Bryant Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa as we continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money.
Roger, it's 295 yards now for Alabama offensively to 278 for the Texas Longhorns. And Alabama's hanging in there. They are.
Yeah, they're doing a nice job of responding. That's the biggest thing, is they're not quitting. They're not giving up when things aren't going their way. Defense playing outstanding. They've given up some chunk plays. A lot of big plays for this Texas offense, but a couple of fourth down, forced a missed field goal, then a fourth down conversion that went Alabama's way, and the Alabama offense capitalized.
Alabama, of course, on the ground has always been very stingy. Tonight, no difference, 64 yards on the ground so far. That'll send them allowed to Texas. Here we go on a first down play in the third and a flag on the play. And everybody's going to pick up their laundry here. It was Terry and Arnold who got tied up.
Pass interference on the defense, number 3. 15-yard penalty. Result, the first down.
He and Adonai Mitchell got tangled up along the near side.
Yeah, a lot of holding down there by Arnold, but he had safety help, and he's going to say that they tripped over each other.
Yeah.
But it's one where, unfortunately, we finally got to the quarterback. He throws off his back foot before the play truly developed. It would have been an uncatchable ball.
And, of course, if that name, Adonai Mitchell, sounds familiar, he's the transfer from the University of Georgia. He's always been a thorn in the Crimson Tide side. Here now is another throw wide open. They lost track of the tight end. Datavian Sanders loose at the 15. He comes to the near side 10, lowers his shoulder, and boom, gets down to the 8-yard line. They totally lost sight of Datavian Sanders for 38 yards on the pickup.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Trez Marshall was supposed to be in his back pocket or not, but he was about 5 yards underneath him, and the ball just laid over the top, and he is a big body that could move once he caught that ball.
He is 6'4", 243. Now a first and goal from the 8-yard line. Brooks in motion. Gets the handoff. No, they throw it across the middle. Touchdown to Mitchell. It'll be a 7-yard touchdown. And that quickly, the Texas Longhorns respond.
Just been easy for them to move the ball in chunks here this evening. I hate to continue to use that word, but the pass protection has been outstanding. We've not been able to get in there and really affect Ewers or lay a hand on. No sacks tonight that I can recall. The only time we've had success is when we forced him to throw off balance, and he's been high.
So Ewers to Adonai Mitchell. And the extra point is up and good. And the Longhorns now reassume the lead at 20-16. We're back in a moment. 14:05 to go in the ball game here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like the Crimson Tide, Serve Pro is honored to be the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With more than 2,000 locations nationwide and over 50 years of experience, Serve Pro is faster to any disaster. To find an Alabama Serve Pro service location near you, simply click on ServePro.com. Serve Pro is a proud supporter of Alabama football.
From Bart and Joe Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jackamick. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is "My job is people, everyone is my business." But unfortunately, in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jackamick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. My service never stops.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Texas back in front of Alabama, 20-16 to score with 14 minutes and 5 seconds left to go in this game. The attendance figures are courtesy of ATIX. The official attendance for tonight's game is a sellout crowd of 100,077 fans. ATIX is the proud sponsor of the game's attendance. ATIX says thank you to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans.
Good folks at ATIX. We've all dealt with them in the past and will likely deal with them in the future. Good people when you need those tickets to an event that is sold out. You can trust them implicitly. Take it from me and most every one of us in this booth. Well, The scoring drive, 3 plays, 75 yards in a minute and 9 seconds. Those are the numbers on the Bromberg scoring drive, and that was very, very quick. Very quick, very efficient.
Yeah, they're so explosive, and it's not to the same guys, not just over the top to Worthy.
Yeah.
The big tight end all night long has given Alabama fits.
Tavian
Sanders has had an outstanding game. And
6'4", 243.
And the problem is if you go dime and try to put a DB on, they just run the ball.
Oh, yeah. All right, here we go now as Texas's Will Stone is going to kick it away to begin this possession for Alabama. Kick goes in the air, left to right as you listen. It'll be end over end, into and out of the end zone, past Kendrick Law, and that's where the Tide will take hold of the football at the 25-yard line.
Well, neither team has had any breathing room tonight. It's been a tight contest on both sides, and obviously Alabama would love to create a little separation, but Texas has not been able to either. But both offenses are going to have to continue to respond to what the other team is doing, and right now it's Jalen Milroe and company. They need to take a little wind out of the sail for Texas here.
Jermaine Burton is wide to the far side. Ja'Cory Brooks wide to the near side. Couple of tight ends, single setback to the right of the quarterback. 1st and 10. That's Roydell Williams watching as Milroe claps his hands, gets the snap. Milroe goes right and throws an interception. It's down the left sideline. 15, 10, 5. Jaron Thompson out of bounds at the 3-yard line. Jaron Thompson, as the pass went right to him. It was as though he were in the formation.
Yeah, I think you got the look that you wanted to if you're Alabama. They filled hard on the backside with the safety coming down, but they left a single high, and he just rotated over. Jermaine Burton ran about a 15-yard stop route. It was a heavy play action, and he just undercut it. He just read Milroe's eyes the whole way, knowing that ball was going to go to the right. Big turnover, second big turnover of the night for Jalen Milroe.
All right, Barron had a touchdown, interception back in the opening quarter. And now Thompson has one here in the 4th. And here's a 1st and goal. Texas from the 5.5. Man in motion. Worthy comes to the near side. The give up the middle, keeps his legs chugging, and Jonathan Brooks has the touchdown. 5-yard run. That was huge.
Yeah, that hurt right there.
Yeah.
That's 10 points off of turnovers tonight for Alabama. There was nothing fancy about that. They've not had a lot of success running between the tackles all night long. This defense is starting to wear down a little.
Those little legs of Brooks never stopped. Now the extra points. Up and good. And Texas now, with a minute and 10 seconds gone in the 4th quarter, have a lead of 27-16.
Well, it's a frustrating fact that they've scored 10 points in 2 minutes, but or less than 2 minutes rather, but there's still a lot of football left.
The Bromberg scoring drive, 1 play, 5 yards, 4 seconds. And Alabama now trails 27-16 as we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Welcome back, everybody. Eli Gold, Tyler Watts, Christian Miller, Roger Hoover alongside as the host of our broadcast. Our engineer producer Tom Stipe, our spotter Butch Owens. In the back of the room, Ethan Carabin tending to the in-booth camera. And right now we're going to break away as Alabama has some playing they've got to do with just 13:50 yet to go. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Crimson Tide fans, it's tough to win without teamwork. And Rocket Homes and Rocket Mortgage are a championship team. Buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, and you could get up to $10,000 toward closing from Rocket Mortgage.
Now that's what I call teamwork. Yeah.
It's like having a great coaching quarterback duo on your team. Visit onlywithrocket.com today. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage partner of Alabama Athletics.
For purchase transaction only, call 1-833-7-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equalizing lender license in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
1225 is your ultimate game day destination. Catch the game on one of their 35 big-screen high-def TVs, combined with an extensive menu of mouth-watering food and refreshing drinks. Juicy burgers, crispy wings, craft beers, signature cocktails. 1225, where the energy is high, the screens are massive, and the excitement is contagious. Visit 1225 on the Strip in Tuscaloosa, less than 2 blocks from Bryant-Denny Stadium. 1225 Sports Bar, where sports, food, and fun collide.
I was 38 and expecting my first baby. The pregnancy was high risk due to my age, so I required constant monitoring. My nurse Hannah was so compassionate. She answered all of my questions and took care of every need. At one point my blood pressure dropped. Hannah kept me calm and called in help. Thankfully, all went well with the delivery, and now I have a beautiful baby girl. At the DCH Women's Pavilion, you can tell they love bringing babies into the world.
DCH, champions for your health.
13:50 left to go in this fourth quarter. Texas 27, Alabama 16. The Crimson Tide sack count this season always presented by Guthrie's, America's original chicken finger restaurant, now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Get a sack full of Guthrie's.
All right, thanks, Raj. The kickoff is out of the end zone, and the Crimson Tide will be starting with the football from their own 25-yard line. All right, Mr. Quarterback, well, you got your team here. What do you tell them in the huddle?
Biggest thing is right now, if I'm off on the offensive side, just keep playing. Keep playing. We probably got 3 possessions left in this game. This is the one we've got to make count. Don't abandon the run. Alabama has had success when they're running the ball in first and second down, staying ahead of the chains. They start passing the ball too much, they're just going to get further and further in the hole. They got to be disciplined and continue to pound it between the tackles.
Ja'Cory Brooks, Malik Benson, Isaiah Bond, they are the wide receivers. Single setback McClellan to the right side of his quarterback. Tight end is in. Here's the play action. Milroe looks long and overthrows the intended receiver at the 35-yard line. He was looking for Isaiah Bond, who had position, but it was going to be a tough catch if the ball was on target anyway.
Yeah, it was a tight throw. It had to be perfect. He threw it about a yard too far. I thought he had an opportunity for Benson, who had a step or two on a crosser. That would have been an easier throw. This was definitely threading the needle, though.
So a second down and 10. Empty backfield this time. 3 wides to the far side, 2 to the near. Good protection until it breaks down, and Milroe hits the deck for the 4th time tonight. The protection was there, but you can only expect it to last for so long.
It's tough. You got 6 defenders dropping back in coverage. It's not necessary. They're not bringing more than we can block. It's just there's nowhere to go with the football, and right now these Texas edges are just teeing off on us, and they have won over and over against our tackles tonight.
Bama 4 of 12 in third down conversions now. That's something Coach Saban will talk about in the postgame, I guarantee you. Single setback. Low snap. Milroe picks it up off the grass. He'll try and find a man, and does. He has Benson near midfield for a first down. He needed that big time.
Well, big time, yeah. Ja'Cory Brooks and Benson kind of in the same area, and Benson just ran about a 15-20-yard in route, and the ball was thrown perfectly on time right as he's coming out of his route. A lot of traffic right there, but Milroe's able to thread it in.
32 yards on the pickup. Football now at the 45-yard line. Play action. Here's Milroe looking left and throws again. It's complete along the near sideline to Kobe Prentice. And Prentice will fight his way with Jahdae Barron on his back to get the necessary yardage. Another first down for Alabama. The bank first down for the Crimson Tide.
A lot of zone looks for Texas, and we're starting to layer those different flooded areas and finding some open spaces to throw the ball to.
27-16 Texas, 11:55 to go in the game. Now the inside handoff, and that time Texas was alert as Jalen Ford tees off on Jace McClellan and puts a stop on his running game. Jace will bend over, pick up a towel that was on the field, and Jam Miller now checks in off the far sideline.
Two tight end look again for Alabama.
Yep. Dupree and Nyblack are both in.
Seen a lot of play action in the second half out of this formation.
Again, a low snap. Picked up by Milroe. He'll throw, and it's caught by Nyblack. He'll make the grab down to the 15, 10-5. Touchdown, Alabama. 39 yards. 39 yards. Not pretty. Another bad snap, but he made something out of it.
Hey, give me an ugly drop back with a completion for a touchdown. I'll take it all day long. It really doesn't matter how the sausage is made. The result is all we're interested in. That's really only the second target that Black has had. And you got to sometimes think when the ball on the ground, that can sometimes affect the defense, and their eyes might go down. Now Black found a wide open cushion in the middle of the field and then did some real damage after he caught that ball.
Now Bama's going to go for two. Roydell Williams is the running back. He'll go in motion to the left side. Spreads the field, and timeout taken by Steve Sarkisian, who goes running up the near sideline.
Texas.
He came running up the near sideline and got the attention of the official.
30 seconds. Timeout.
The scoring drive, the Bromberg scoring drive, was 6 plays, 75 yards in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. So Alabama now within shouting distance again. It's a 5-point ball game. Texas up 27-22. If Bama converts the 2-point conversion, it's a field goal difference.
The math makes sense. It's not that you're chasing points right now or that you have a fear that you can't stop the opposing offense. It's just what's the difference? You go ahead and set yourself up.
If nothing else, a field goal gets you to overtime.
That's right.
That's what it happens to be.
And if you miss it, you still have to have a touchdown.
Yeah.
You still got to stop them.
Jace McClellan. He's the running back to the left of Milroe. Kendrick Law wide left. In tight on the right is Jermaine Burton. Here's Milroe looking, rolls left and throws. Complete for a 2-point conversion. Complete to Isaiah Bond for a 2-point conversion. And Alabama is to within 3.
They free released Jason McClellan out of the backfield once again. I thought he had an opportunity to go to him, but he did not. Bought himself time, rolling out to the left, kept his eyes downfield, threw it where Bonds could go up to it. He got upended, man, but he had that concentration, came down. That was a huge play for this team.
It was that. And Alabama now with a 27-24 deficit on their hands. A 3-point game with 11:08 remaining in the fourth. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Touchdown, Alabama!
This This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Mario fue pintor más de 30 años. Cuando me dijo que se le estaban olvidando las cosas, fue difícil. Un día me dijeron que pintara el marco del lado por dentro y pinté el lado de afuera.
Yo le diría a la gente que le diga a su familia lo que está pasando con él.
Si algo se nota diferente, podría ser Alzheimer. Es momento de hablarlo. Visita alz.org/nuestras historias para saber más. Un mensaje de The Alzheimer's Association y The Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
11 minutes, 8 seconds left to go in Tuscaloosa. It's a score of Texas 27 and Alabama 24. Best move of the game presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best of the game, proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. We just saw a 39-yard touchdown pass from Jalen Milbrow to Amari Nyblack, and that helped set up the successful 2-point conversion to Isaiah Bond, as Alabama now trails by a score 27-24. Again, 11:08 left to go as Isaiah Bond. What a catch.
What
to
a
get
catch.
That 2-point conversion.
Yes. Isaiah Bond. A lot of folks have been calling him Bonds, but it is not. It's like Bond.
Pure respect, man, just like James.
James, exactly. Christian Miller, is this the kind of game you expected?
We knew this was going to be a heavyweight matchup. We knew it was going to come down to the wire. It's going to be a 60-minute game, and that's why we emphasize the word finish in the pregame. This is what it comes down to. You got to have grit. You got to have toughness, and it's going to be big right now for the defense to be able to get a stop right now, because even though there's 11 minutes left in the game, it's only a 3-point game, so I definitely don't think Texas is going to be very hesitant or conservative right now. I think they're going to take their shots and try to put some more points on the board.
The kickoff into the end zone. Another touchback on the part of Will Reichard. And the defense now has to really rise up.
Yes, absolutely. You know, all these big plays Texas has been having, you got to think there's got to be a moment where one of these defensive interior linemen is able to apply enough pressure to force either an errant throw or get a sack, maybe a fumble. We need some sort of turnover right now as Texas is winning the turnover battle 2-0.
Ewers, 20 of 33 passing. Here he'll step back and throw into the left flat. Catch is made by Jatavian Sanders. And the big tight end keeps going. Lost the ball, but I believe the play was already dead when it came loose. And there's a flag on the play all the way back at the 35.
The ruling on the field, the player was down.
The ruling on the field that the player was down when the ball came loose. There's also a penalty flag down that they have moved back to the 20 or the 30.
On the offense, number 78. January Curry from the start of foul. There is first down.
There you go.
Malachi Moore did a good job of slow playing that, and he got called for the hold, but a heck of an effort by Dallas Turner. He's the one that ran down the ball carrier and stripped it away.
Second holding penalty of the night for the Texas Longhorns. 10:59 to go in the ball game. 27-24, Texas by 3. Ewers brings men in motion. Now 2 guys in the backfield, and then reversing the other way. They move around, and here the ball is thrown down. And again, Alabama looking for a penalty flag. None forthcoming, but it's another down off the board because Tim Keenan was there rushing the quarterback and hassled things.
And Blackshear also from that linebacker position. He read the screen the whole right from the get-go and was right in position to knock the ball loose there.
C.J. Baxter now in at running back. be a second down and 15. 3-point game, Texas leads. Here comes a sidearm throw across the middle. Catch is made. It's Jordan Whittington. He'll spin away from the defense and gets out across midfield to the other side of the 50-yard line logo. It'll be a 31-yard pickup for Whittington.
Stay so frustrated because the only way to really stop this is by going man coverage, because unfortunately you have a true wide receiver going against a linebacker because of the motion of the back out of the backfield all the way to the perimeter.
Now Ewers. Gets the snap, backs up, spins, and feeds it to the left flat, where it's caught by Baxter out of the backfield. He'll pick up 5 yards on the play. Kool-Aid McKinstry came up to make the tackle. They say he stepped out early. It'll be a second down and 7 now, as opposed to second and 5. Here now the snap. Once more the give, left side Baxter, and with bodies helping him run, he will pile drive to being just shy of the first down marker.
Awfully close, and Christian, now that Texas O-line, they're getting a push on us.
They are, but hopefully we can come up with the stop like we've seen earlier in this football game. This defensive line has to dig deep right here, so this is critical.
Bama moves around defensively. Here's the inside give. And they march up the field now, the Longhorns do, all the while taking time off the clock.
Well, they actually got the first down on the previous mark. They went ahead and gave it to them, so that's actually a good stop there on first down. Only picked up about a foot.
8:43 to go in the ball game in regulation play. Second down and 9. Ewers stands in, throws long. Wide receiver, wide open. Touchdown. Adonai Mitchell, 39 yards. And he was, like I said in the play-by-play, wide open. And don't know exactly where they lost him, but they did.
Trey Annis had a man-to-man coverage, and in his back pedal, he kind of opened to the outside. It was just a dip of his shoulders, not really even a double move on the skinny post there, and Ewers saw that, saw the flat-footedness of Amos, took advantage of it.
Well, that one hurt. Late in the fourth. Extra point is up and good. 39 yards on that touchdown. Texas is good. They won't let Alabama breathe except for that one moment here early. And then moments later, they came back and retook the lead. We're back in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Bama's football tradition includes 18 national championships and 29 SEC titles. Reminds me of another winning tradition, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. You know, I have peace of mind knowing that my home is protected by Cook's and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Get 2.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2023 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 3rd, 2023. $0 for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $29.04 monthly payment for the $1,000 finance. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
When the unexpected happens in business, your insurance coverage is the real MVP. Your local agent and their partner Frankenmuth Insurance are true team players. We provide unique coverage to tackle risk head-on so you can stay in the game. Let's get frank about your business insurance. To find a local agent today, visit Frankenmuth Insurance at www.fmins.com. That's www.fmins.com.
Texas 34, Alabama 24. Still 8 minutes, 23 seconds left to go in this game. Stay tuned after the ball game for the region's fifth quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee.
All right, Roger, thank you very much. All right, now, Christian, let's start with you. In a game that is so much mental, how difficult is it to regroup yourself now on that sideline and still, do what you're supposed to do?
Well, Eli, it's definitely not easy. I mean, I'd be lying if I said these guys weren't frustrated right now. Some guys are a little frustrated knowing that there might have been a little miscommunication or a little hesitancy in the back end, but they just got to understand there's plenty of time left in this football game. We're getting the ball right here. We can go down and score, but then it's going to be crucial that the next time this defense is on that football field, they come up with a stop. Because the last couple of drives, Texas has just been executing so much better than our defense right now. There's guys that are open. They're coming up with big plays, and we just got to find a way to stop some of that leakage and just try our best not to implode on defense.
And the one thing kind of piggyback on that is hopefully we do get a touchdown here, but don't anticipate Texas getting conservative all of a sudden, because even if they do go 3 and out, they feel confident enough in their ability to move the ball. They're going to stay aggressive. But that's the next play.
Yes.
So we got to get the first one.
34-24, Texas over Alabama. And here's the kickoff. End over end kick. Coming out, Kendrick Law. Law slants to his right, gets hit, rolls forward to the 20-yard line. And that's where Alabama will start, 1st and 10. Jalen Milroe, 14 of 25 passing, 255 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. Rushing, Milroe with 52 yards, Jace McClellan with 45. Receiving numbers, Kobe Prentice, 5 catches, 68 yards. That's the largest number of receptions and the large number of receiving yards for any Bama player tonight. Here now is a 1st and 10. Milroe looks, throws long over everybody's head, trying to find Isaiah Bond, who had drawn double coverage around the 30. But it sailed over everyone's head, incomplete.
Yeah, a little miscommunication on exactly where what that route was supposed to be. Bond kind of ran it a little flatter, and Jalen Milroe kept him tall, going right down the hash mark. But you got a one-on-one look. You got to take advantage of him.
He had coverage there. Closest man was Jalen Catlon, who was somewhat one-on-one with the receiver. Here now, Milroe again. Looks, throws, near side, incomplete. It was a high pass towards Amari Nyblack on the left side at the 30, and it went over his head and everybody else's as well.
They've had some success throwing towards the sideline, but Texas really doing a good job of collapsing. Much better protection, though, by that Alabama offensive unit. Milroe took a hard hit there as he released the ball.
Bama just 5 of 13 in 3rd down conversions tonight. Here now is a 3rd down and 10. 8 minutes, 6 seconds to go in the game. Longhorns are up. Snap, Milroe stands in, backpedals, steps up, goes down. Sack number 5 by Texas tonight.
And this is on Jalen. He's got to get rid of the ball. He could have had Bond for about a 6-yard gain with an opportunity to run after the completion, but he's looking for something big, trying to move the sticks. You just can't expect your offensive line to hold on to hold up on their blocks for 6 or 7 seconds. It's just a big ask.
David Benda was the man who came through to handle the sack. Bama averaging 50 yards of punt here tonight. And this one by Burnip, skies again. And it goes all the way to the far sideline and out of bounds at the 30-yard line. And that's where Texas will go to work, 1st and 10.
Well, we knew we were going to have to get one stop. We just got to get one more.
That's true. It's going to be interesting to see here if the Tide can stop Texas again.
Well, they don't have a choice.
They don't have a choice, no. 7:14 to go in the ball game. Ewers on an inside give. Baxter goes to the far side. Picks up a couple of yards. It'll be a 2nd down and 8.
Timeout on field for an injured player.
Bama has a man down on his back. Not sure exactly who it is, so we will not speculate. I'm just looking to see who's not out there. Trez Marshall is the man on his back. And he is now helped up and will walk to the sidelines unaided, but he is walking a little tentatively.
Yeah. But without help.
Yes, right? Without help.
And Blackshear's gotten several snaps tonight, so he comes in at that linebacker position.
6:58 remaining. Not a soul has left this stadium. (34-24). Texas by 10. The Longhorns host Wyoming next weekend at home in Austin. Here now the snap. On the handoff, Jonathan Brooks near side. And Bama tries to gang tackle him. This guy, he's just 6 feet tall, and his legs just keep going.
Yeah.
He refuses to stop.
Yeah, contact was made, and he's able to use that leverage and force his way forward for another 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah.
I really thought Alabama had an opportunity to set the edge there and keep containment and prevent that from being a gain at all.
They're running the play clock down to about 3 or 4 seconds. The Longhorns are. The game clock is now at 5:41. And again, it takes an act of God for them to snap it. Here now, Brooks. He'll go left. And he'll get a first down. And remember, the clock does not stop for first downs quite yet. It will at the 2-minute mark remaining of the 2nd and 4th quarters. But right now, it's still running with 5:16.
Timeout. Alabama.
And that's what has to happen. Bama's going to have to take their first time out of the half to stop the clock. And that's it's been tough. Hey, don't forget, coming up next week, our next broadcast here on the network, Saturday at 11:30 in the morning against the South Florida Bulls. Kickoff set for 2:30 in the afternoon from Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. That's next Saturday. Chris Stewart will be in this seat. I know you'll tune in and enjoy as Bama goes on the road. Roger will have all the pregame show, helped out by a host of others who will stop by. That's Saturday next weekend, from Tampa, Florida. 1st and 10 now. High snap. Ewers picks it up, hands it down to the running back, who will pick up a yard, maybe a yard and a half.
Alabama takes the second.
And timeout is taken by the Crimson Tide. Do you like this new rule of stop? This doesn't apply here. No, but I mean in general terms.
It does apply tonight. I hate it tonight, right? Because we obviously need all the time that we can get. But no, I think it is appropriate. As pass happy as college football has become and as high scoring, you can't say you're all about one thing in one sentence and then have rules that don't support that. So I do like it. But you got to look, regardless of what the rules are, everybody's playing by them, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you have to maximize your opportunities throughout the course of the game to put yourself in a position where it benefits you.
Yeah. I guess it's the schools like BYU where you run 85, 90 plays a game, stuff like that messes up some people. Here now the give from Ewers to Jonathan Brooks. And timeout from Nick Saban, the 3rd and final timeout by Alabama. Texas has used one of their timeouts.
In essence, though, I mean, I guess even if you get a stop right here, they run the clock down, and even if you score, the game comes down to an onside kick.
Yeah. Well, let's wait and see what happens.
Sure.
As Tom Stipe just says in my ear, right now I'll take it if it comes down to an onside kick, you know. Those are the Texas fans you hear in the background cheering, holding their hook 'em horns signs in the air. Here's a 3rd down and 7. Texas. Hand off, big hole, running room, 1st down. And that's going to pretty much cement this deal here. Jonathan Brooks gets a 1st down, and they will move the clock and get a whole fresh set of downs. And again, with them using virtually every second of that 40-second clock, they are just going to bleed the clock dry here to take this one towards conclusion. 34-24. Play clock at 6, 5, 3. They snap it. Hand off up the middle, picks up a couple of yards. It'll be a 2nd down and 8. Keelan Robinson.
And Christian, just for my clarification, because I was watching point of attack, how was that 3rd down conversion so open?
He's checking on something down on the sidelines, so we'll get back to him there in a moment. Play clock down to 8 seconds. Texas meanders up to the line of scrimmage. Hand off again. Nothing there. Stays 3rd down now and 7. But we're down to 3.5 minutes remaining in the ball game.
And doing everything we possibly can to try to not only hold him up, but strip that ball away more importantly. And you got to think that that's really where the focus of the Texas running back is just keeping 2 hands on that ball.
Well, the fans beginning to head to the exits. 34-24, Texas. Nick Saban, who has lost 8 games here at home.
Second charge, timeout, Texas.
And timeout now taken by the Texas Longhorns. You were asking Christian a question before.
Yes.
Remind me what it was.
Well, just on that third down conversion, I was watching the point of attack, and it was almost like he cut back or something, but there was some huge holes on the left side, and I was just curious if Christian kind of saw how that play developed, how they had so much success.
Yeah, Tyler, so what happened was Alabama went into their Raptors package, which again is when you got the 3 edge guys on the field and pretty much only 1 defensive lineman, because they were prepared for Texas to try to throw the football to convert, but Texas took advantage of that scene, and they were in that personnel, and they decided to run the ball straight up the middle where you pretty much had no support, and it was wide open for the first down.
Texas 7 of 16 in third down conversions. Again, the give to Jonathan Brooks, who'll carry the pile with him. Tim Keenan and others were there. And of course, at this moment, the Longhorns do have a timeout remaining, so they'll run the 40-second clock down to virtually to its expiration, and then likely take a final timeout or take a delay of game just to retain that timeout if necessary.
Might also take a shot at the end zone right here.
They could do that as well.
We gave it to him.
Yeah. Now that's going to do it. The 4th and 3, and the penalty.
Offside on the defense, number 17. When it in the neutral zone, causing a reaction by the offense. That's a 5-yard results and a first down.
Tresman Marshall, as the Longhorns begin to dance. That's the 10th flag on Alabama today for a loss of, let me double check with Butch, but I believe it's right at 100 yards, 90 yards of penalties tonight.
And we talked about being disciplined and how impressed we were with them last week versus Middle Tennessee, but there have been some costly mental errors this evening as well as some physical ones as well, but this was a tough one to swallow.
Yep. And now taking the victory formation is quarterback Quinn Ewers. And the clock will wind its way down as Texas will grab a victory here. They will go to 2-0 on the season, while Alabama will even at 1 up and 1 down. Those are the Texas fans chanting SEC that you might be hearing in the background. A lot of the Texas fans are in the seats directly below us here. Many are in the upper deck, but a lot of them are in the lower deck as well. And we're now inside the final minute of this. Bama goes to Tampa next weekend to play the South Florida Bulls. And as we mentioned, Texas is home against Wyoming before heading to Baylor. The Longhorns up to the line of scrimmage. Again, the victory formation. Ewers takes a knee, and that is going to do it. And here comes Coach Nick Saban from the far to the near side. He and Steve Sarkisian hugging each other. They are whispering something into one another's ears. Adonai Mitchell went up to the coach and shook hands with him. A lot of respect.
Yeah.
That's certainly evident. And in case of Adonai Mitchell, we all knew him from Georgia. But this one was all Texas, well, in many regards. Total yardage 454 for the Longhorns, 362 for the Crimson Tide. Looking down on the field, the Texas governor is still here. You might have seen him in the news. He is a gentleman who is wheelchair bound, and he is now making his way out to midfield. The Longhorn players coming to the near sideline and beginning to celebrate with their fans. Tough night tonight for the home team.
It was, and especially with the energy that they brought out the gates. I mean, the defense was flying around. Offensively, man, we were running the ball at will, really pushing the line of scrimmage, and I was like, hey, this could be a great evening for us. But things just kind of turned with the interceptions and the penalties and the missed opportunities. Texas, every time we claw our way right back into it, took an advantage. The big plays just killed us tonight.
They really did. A lot of big plays. Thoughts from Christian on the sidelines, sir?
Just a tough one to swallow, Eli. Like Tyler said, we started the game well. Defense was flying around, all hats flying to the football, but just over time, it looked like we just had a hard time executing on defense, and then being put in some tough spots. Trying to get a stop when you're inside your own 10 is definitely tough. But there's a lot of football left in this season. These guys need to hold their head high. I know it hurts, but you got to remember this feeling right here. You don't want to feel that again. You still technically can accomplish all your goals if you win out, and they need to remember that. So they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to dig deep and really establish themselves moving forward, because again, the goals are still possible. You just got to go back to the drawing board.
And you're exactly right. We've got to remember, for the fans who aren't up on all the politics, they're raising a Longhorn flag now in the end zone that gets the Texas fans going. But Texas is not yet in the SEC, so this was not a conference game. Next time, yes, it will be. But it is not a conference game, so every one of the SEC goals that the Tide has established for themselves still very much in reach.
And it's also good to play this type of competition early, so you see exactly what you need to improve on. You're everything that if this coaching staff has been trying to preach one message that hasn't gotten across, it got across tonight.
Good point. Folks, we invite you now to stay tuned. Roger Hoover is here. He's going to have the post-game. Who all do you have joining you here on the post-game show tonight?
Yeah, Eli, we're going to have a few thoughts, of course, from Tyler Watts, and then Corey Reamer will be along for the Everwood Crimson Tide post-game party, as he will certainly take some calls from Crimson Tide fans. 877-202-BAMA will be the number to call later on, but coming up next will be that Region's fifth quarter show and Coach Saban's press conference live. That's powered by Tri-Green Equipment.
We'll be hearing all of that. And again, tough one tonight. 34-24. Big plays, very much a story this evening. Those that were made, those that weren't made, and touchdowns that were wiped off the board because of penalties. So all of that part of the storyline here this evening. I'm Eli Gold with the whole crew here. Stick around. They're going to be back with you in a few moments. I'll talk to you in a couple weeks. Until then, good night. Don't go away. The post-game show is next. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.